Chapter 877. That night, everyone stayed in Chue's courtyard. The bald, burly man did not lie. He had really hidden a few jars of wine, but Jiang Xiao felt that it tasted strange. It was said that it was brewed from a type of food called grass fruit, which was both sweet and bitter. Jiang Xiao had never tasted such sweet and bitter wine before. When he first took a sip, it tasted slightly sweet and fragrant. When he tasted it again, the wine in his mouth became a little bitter. It was really hard to describe how it felt. Perhaps this is the taste of love. The Eagle and Falcon brothers addressed the bald, burly man as Forerunner, but he called himself De Chue. Hence, everyone addressed him that way. De Chue was in his 40s and was a native of the Central Plains. To everyone's surprise, De Chue was actually a member of the Mountain Shattering Army. However, when they asked for his name, De Chue did not reveal it, including how he entered the alien sphere. De Chue only drank and was unwilling to talk about it. No one asked any further questions. During the process of drinking and chatting, under the repeated requests of the golden couple, Sledgehammer took over the broken stone blade that Jiang Xiao was carrying on his back and looked at it. He then patted his chest and said that he would make a giant blade for Jiang Xiao overnight. Jiang Xiao did not stand on ceremony either. He simply said, "I'm a dual-wielding swordsman," which stunned Big Hammer for a moment. Immediately afterwards, he laughed heartily and expressed that he had no problem with it. He even invited Jiang Xiao to observe his smithing skills after the meal. It was indeed an eye-opener for Jiang Xiao. The fire, water, and wind star techniques of the sledgehammer were seamlessly connected. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded as he held the sledgehammer in one hand and hammered it with the other. There were really all kinds of people. This guy was really eloquent. Not only did Jiang Xiao attend a smithing lesson, but he also made up for his language skills. The forging technique of the sledgehammer was far more proficient than Jiang Xiao had imagined. It could be considered to be extremely proficient. In the wee hours of the morning, Jiang Xiao happily walked back to his room with the two giant swords. Without the support of his star techniques, he did not know when the two swords would be completed. Jiang Xiao and the other two were arranged to stay in the house on the east side. There were two bedrooms on the left and right, and a small hall in front of the house. Jiang Xiao and he stayed in the bedroom on the left, while Blind Lady stayed in the bedroom on the right. When Jiang Xiao returned to his room, Yin had already fallen asleep. He carefully placed the giant sword on his bed and stroked the blade with his fingers while sighing in awe. It looked very sharp. Just now, when he had chopped the iron, he had done it cleanly. It was a pity that Jiang Xiao did not have long hair and Sledgehammer was bald. Otherwise, he would have blown his hair dry and tried the giant blade. Jiang Xiao was checking out his new equipment in the house when he sensed someone standing at the door with his star technique perception. Jiang Xiao put down the sword, strode over, and pushed the door open, only to see the Blind Lady standing silently at the door. In the middle of the night, you're wearing a white robe and your long hair fluttering in the wind, trying to scare people here. The Blind Lady slowly turned around, walked past the small hall, and walked towards the courtyard. Jiang Xiao scratched his head and hesitated for a moment before following her. The Blind Lady stood in the middle of the courtyard and looked up at the bright moon in the sky, looking like she was about to ascend to immortality. Jiang Xiao pondered for a moment. He had seen many people and heard a lot of news since he arrived at the ancient Yi Pagoda city today. Ever since their conversation was interrupted at the city wall, they had not spoken to each other. How'd he die? Her voice was very faint and soft. Although her tone was still calm, her actions had already expressed her inner feelings. He could tell that she did not care about anything and was not a blind, deaf, and mute person who was detached from the world. Jiang Xiao remained silent about that question. He wasn't sure if it would be a deeper blow to her if he were to tell her how Wang One-Tail died. Jiang Xiao thought about it again and chose to answer the question in another way. He said, "There's an organization on Earth called Star Conversion. A person who tried to join Star Conversion took One-Tail as a sign of allegiance and assassinated him." The Blind Lady mumbled softly, "Star Conversion." Jiang Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, Star Conversion." Jiang Xiao then comforted her. "If it can make you feel better, I want to tell you that Sophia is already dead. Besides, he died a horrible death. Second last executed Sophia very cruelly. The blind lady said calmly, "That's her style." Jiang Shao said, "I killed the official member of the Star Conversion Organization who assigned the assessment task to Sophia. If it can give you some comfort, I want to say that my methods are even crueler than second last." Upon hearing this, the blind lady lowered her head and turned around to look at Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao grinned suavely and said, "I don't lie." The blind lady looked at Jiang Shao silently. After more than 10 seconds, she nodded gently and said, "Su Li is my superior and my comrade. To me, he's more like an elder brother. Jiang Shao, I owe you one. You guys are really on the same team." Jiang Shao smiled and shook his head. Once upon a time, second last would always say the same thing to me. However, I don't owe you anything. I'm also a member of the Tail Feathers team. The blind lady remained silent for a while before saying, "You said that second last always brings you to that barbecue restaurant." Jiang Shao answered yes. The blind lady said, "That doesn't seem like her style." Jiang Shao was speechless. The blind lady said, "She's not the kind of person who will understand me." Jiang Shao stared at the blind lady and said, "The truth is that some people are just cold and stubborn on the surface. Perhaps she's very soft inside." Upon hearing this, the blind lady fell silent. The two of them stood quietly in the courtyard as time ticked by. Jiang Shao raised his head and looked at the moon in the night sky, momentarily at a loss for words. Blind lady's calm voice was heard again. "Fourth tails, huh?" Jiang Shao rubbed his buzz cut and continued. "He's been expelled from the military. After so many years, he's already gotten over it and has his own family and life. Let's move on. Third tail." The blind lady pursed her lips and lowered her head. In the past, the Tail Feathers team was really on the run for their lives. For people had actually walked on 4 different paths, and each of their fates were so different. "You said that you're the bait and your real body is on Earth, right?" the blind lady asked softly with her head lowered. Jiang Shao answered yes. The blind lady said, "Don't mention me to him." Jiang Shao said, "Don't worry, third last. I won't." The blind lady said, "Why do you still acknowledge my code name? I'll let everyone down." Jiang Shao pursed his lips and said slowly, "There are many products of oppression. Some people will submit to adversity, while others will be obedient for life and live under the watchful eyes of others. However, there will always be some people who can't be suppressed. One day, they will be loyal to themselves." The blind lady clenched her fists and said in a trembling voice, "I violated the rules and left the team without permission." Jiang Shao shrugged and said, "That's not what First Tail said. He said that he couldn't understand your inner thoughts better. He said that you've finally gone to pursue your own life." The blind lady covered her eyes with one hand, as well as the stained cloth strip. Jiang Shao said, "When I first saw you, I realized that you resembled a girl. Later, I realized that you're not really indifferent. You just isolated yourself. It makes sense. If you really don't care about others, why would you have taken such a path since you were young?" Su Li said that you shouldn't have been admitted to the military school, but your college entrance examination application was changed by the school without permission. He said that you shouldn't have joined the Guardians of the Night, the light-chasing team, or the tail feather team in your freshman year. However, under the repeated requests of your parents, you agreed to join the army and accepted all the arrangements. He said that you're a very thoughtful person, but you've been living in contradictions for the first half of your life. He also said that you're an extremely qualified soldier who's taciturn and obedient. However, this obedient girl finally broke down one day when she was 24 years old. He said that you have to see the mountains that you've never seen before and cross the seas that you've never seen before. This time, the dark tears did not flow along the cloth. Instead, they flowed out from the palm that was covering her eyes tightly. She squatted down and was already sobbing uncontrollably. He's always been the one saying that. Now, it's your turn. Jiang Shao leaned forward slightly and pressed his hand on her shoulder. He asked softly, "Are these mountains and seas beautiful?" The blind lady squatted on the ground and covered her eyes with one hand while dark tears flowed out of her fingers. She nodded continuously. That's enough. That's enough. Jiang Xiao patted the blind lady's shoulder gently. That's enough. Jiang Xiao heard two versions of third last story, one from first last and the other from second last. Clearly, Jiang Xiao hoped that it was the first version. At the same time, in second last Scourge Ruins Infant City, Beijiang Military Base, Jiang Xiao slowly got up from the ground and looked at second last, who was perspiring profusely on the treadmill not far away. Jiang Xiao strode towards the treadmill and picked up a bottle of mineral water from the ground before handing it to her. Second last grabbed the mineral water and said, "Why aren't you sleeping? Do you want to practice?" Jiang Xiao leaned on the support frame in front of the treadmill and said, "I found a person in the alien ball." Okay. Second last did not drink the water. Instead, she unscrewed the cap of the bottle and poured the water on her head. She gradually slowed down and said, "Ask him about his identity and his wishes. Let's see what we can do for him." Second last was very reassured about that, because Jiang Xiao did a better job than her and had been persisting in it. Jiang Xiao said, "I've always thought that she's a cold and aloof girl, but now I know that she's just an introvert. It turns out that she's rich in emotions and terrifying in her soft heart." Second last frowned slightly and lowered her head to look at Jiang Xiao. She could tell that he was in a bad mood. Second last slowly stopped and got off the treadmill, after which she temporarily stopped her training. She bent over to pick up a bottle of mineral water and gulped it down. She then wiped her mouth and looked down at Jiang Xiao, indicating that she was listening attentively. Jiang Xiao said, "I found third last." Second last stared at Jiang Xiao with a look of astonishment on her face. All of a sudden, she was at a loss for words. Jiang Xiao said, "You Chiotzi. She's all right. Second last stuttered and didn't manage to say a complete sentence in the end. She had already regained her composure. She was expressionless again, threw the mineral water away, and stepped onto the treadmill again. Jiang Xiao looked at the soldier in front of him, who seemed to be in an abnormal state of mind. All of a sudden, he couldn't tell what kind of emotional fluctuations she had experienced in the past 10 seconds. Jiang Xiao asked tentatively, "Is there anything you want to ask or say to her?" Second last's voice was low and hoarse. She answered briefly, "No." Beside the treadmill in the Calamity Shadow space, Jiang Xiao looked up at second last silently. In the courtyard of the ancient Yi Pagoda City, Jiang Xiao pressed his hand on the blind lady's shoulder and squeezed it gently. In the forest of trees in the Calamity Shadow world, Jiang Xiao was holding onto a sea soul lamp on the giant tree. The exquisite treehouse in front of him was already half completed, but the intertwining branches had gradually stopped growing. In the hotel room in the capital, Jiang Xiao lay on the bed and listened to Gushi and snoring. He turned around and looked at the white wall. The four Jiang Xiao sighed deeply at the same time. You clearly wanted to ask if she was all right. Why did it turn into two words in the end? Apex. Chapter 878. The next morning, in Dechue's courtyard. Dechue got up early to prepare for breakfast. When everyone woke up, Dechue had already set up a table in the courtyard. Accompanied by the morning sun, he served them an iron pot stew. Under Big Hammer's warm hospitality, the three of them drank some meat soup made from an unknown meat and gobbled down the vegetables and fruits that had a special taste. All the food here tasted so strange, just like the grass fruit wine yesterday. What's this? As Jiang Xiao ate, he couldn't help but use his chopsticks to pick up a piece of rib in the meat soup. The bone was very hard, and there was pitifully little meat on it. It was especially chewy. To be exact, it was a little chewy, and his teeth were sore from chewing it. Jiang Xiao was the bait, so of course he didn't need to eat, but he still had the spirit of exploring magical food. Dechue wiped the sweat off his bald head and laughed. Aha, this is the rib of an auspicious beast. It's good stuff. Jiang Xiao was stunned and said, Auspicious beast? Is it the auspicious beast that I think it is? Dechue tore the rib and said vaguely, The auspicious beast in the Night City dimensional space. Haven't you seen it on Earth? Jiang Xiao shook his head and said, My family is from Beijiang. Later on, I went to the capital to study. The army was stationed in the northwest of China, so I've never been to the night city dimensional space in the Central Plains. Chue nodded and said, I see. In that case, I'll stew a mandarin duck for you tonight. It's also a creature from Night City. I reckon you haven't eaten it before. Jiang Shao said, Iron pot stew mandarin duck. Hurry up and eat. Fight. Beside the table, a golden companion was standing proudly like a labor contractor. It had its hands behind its back and was constantly urging Jiang Shao to eat quickly so that he could fight. Jiang Shao was amused. He looked up at the golden companion's dark face and said, Are you in such a hurry to lose? The golden companion's face darkened. Of course, its face was already very dark, so there didn't seem to be any change. Jiang Shao raised the rib in his hand and asked the golden companion, Aren't you going to eat some? No, fight. The golden companion's body trembled slightly, as if she was about to suffocate. Her already hoarse voice became increasingly gloomy and trembling. She looked exactly like a perverted murderer. As she spoke, the golden couple actually squatted down. It casually took off its bamboo hat, and a pair of pitch-black claws grabbed its big black head. Its expression was extremely strange, and it murmured softly, Kill, fight, battle, Jiang Shao carefully handed the bone over and said, You'd better eat something. You can't always be hungry. Sob, I want to fight, sob. Golden Companion's emotions were like a roller coaster. Its voice suddenly choked up. It whimpered softly, looking as if it wanted to but could not. That pitiful appearance, if it was a normal creature, would cause people to feel sorry for it, but this ugly and sinister ghost-faced monk. Well, let's eat. Jiang Shao stuffed the bone into the golden companion's big mouth and gently patted its head. You're already psychologically perverted. You must be healthy. Sledgehammer turned its head abruptly and spat out a mouthful of meat soup. Ahem, ta. Heian laughed out loud and said, Kid, don't be mischievous here. You have to be careful when you fight later. These guys are all platinum quality battle masters. Putting aside their levels and star techniques, their combat skills alone are probably top-notch even in the entire world. Jiang Shao grinned and ate a sour and sweet green fruit before saying, I'm afraid, Elder, he has never seen my saber before. The three of them have been working together for several months. How could he not have seen Jiang Zhao's sword before? However, Heian clearly had not seen enough. Heian still wanted to say something, but Jiang Shao downed the meat soup in one gulp and exclaimed, Okay, today I'll teach this old man a lesson. I'll show you what it means to have the younger generation surpass the older. Heian was dumbfounded. The golden companion stood up abruptly, and a violent aura spread from its nearly 3-meter-tall body, stirring up the dust in the courtyard. The blind lady silently put down the bowl and chopsticks. At the next moment, the golden companion carried Jiang Shao and sprinted for 100 meters straight away. Jiang Zhao's voice became softer and softer. The golden companion leaped onto the roof and carried Jiang Shao as they sprinted in the ancient Yi Pagoda city. More than 10 seconds later, the golden companion ran back while carrying Jiang Shao, while everyone watched in bewilderment. The golden companion plunged into Jiang Zhao's bedroom and grabbed the hilt of the two giant swords with one hand, while carrying Jiang Zhao's body on his shoulder with the other. She then ran out and left quickly. Everyone in the courtyard was speechless. Go! Jiang Shao was like a pig that was carried on the neck by the golden companion. While the golden companion was rushing, Jiang Zhao's body swayed left and right, which was exhilarating. Ha, fight! Let's fight! The golden couple shouted excitedly and laughed wildly as they ran. The news spread like wildfire, and the entire ancient Yi Pagoda city was in an uproar. They loved to fight the most. However, there were too many rules in the ancient Yi Pagoda city. Every time they fought, they had to go to the arena and they had to apply in advance. If they fought privately, it would shorten the time they had to enter the ancient pagoda and bathe in the light pillar. Therefore, the grimace monks were extremely angry every day. The Grimace monks had peak combat skills and were quite intelligent. Why didn't they dominate the Central Plains? Of course, it was because they spent most of their time on internal strife. They longed for opponents of equal strength. This was also the reason why the other forces at the top of the ancient pagoda had been in a mess and could not develop. The Grimace monks at the top of the ancient pagoda were probably fighting all the time. Only when the ancient pagoda was invaded and someone came to steal the light pillar would they temporarily stop fighting and fight together. Jiang Shao felt like he was riding on a cloud and was finally thrown onto a stone arena. Clang, clang. Two crisp sounds could be heard as two giant swords were thrown in front of Jiang Shao. Hiss, he, goo goo, roar. A group of Grimace monks surrounded him and said all sorts of things. They sounded like ghosts wailing and wolves howling. It was really a scene of demons dancing around. The golden couple roared at the people below the arena. Jiang Shao could not understand what it was shouting, but then half-moon swords were thrown up. Among the half-moon swords on the ground, the golden couple randomly picked two and held them in her hands. Her golden eyes were burning as she looked at Jiang Shao and was ready to attack. Fight! 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 Roar, roar! A series of ghostly wails and wolves' howls could be heard again. Jiang Shao picked up the two giant swords on the ground and slowly stood up. He looked around. This was a square arena that was about 1 meter tall. It was very large and was enough for two people to fight. There were no fences or other protective measures around it. There was only a stone pillar at each of the four corners. Jiang Shao sized up the ring, as well as the masked monks below. This city was very large and was built around 3 ancient pagodas. Therefore, the living area of the Grimace monks was mostly around the ancient pagodas. The Grimace monks living around the other 2 ancient pagodas were still rushing over after hearing the news. The Grimace monks around this ancient pagoda had already surrounded the arena. As the demons danced, they squeezed one after another. Their bamboo hats were pushed off and revealed their fanatical expressions. They really loved to fight. Opportunity, Jiang Shao thought to himself. Since they worshipped fighting and martial arts so much, Jiang Shao could use this arena to establish his prestige. That way, Jiang Zhao's status in Yigu Pagoda would be raised infinitely, and he would be able to better lead this group of fanatical fighters. In the hands of a chef, a kitchen knife was a tool to cook delicious food. However, in the hands of a criminal, it was a weapon to kill and rob. Therefore, there was no good or evil in the kitchen knife itself. The difference was in the person using the kitchen knife. Just how big of a force would these nearly 1,000 combat masters be? In the future, if Jiang Shao could really recruit them and establish a friendly cooperative relationship with them, wouldn't that be great? Jiang Shao waved his knife and stared at the Grimace monks opposite him with a burning gaze. I have to win this battle. I can't lose. Ah! Jin Shiqi, golden companion, trembled in excitement as if he was about to ascend to the universe. Jiang Shao was secretly astonished and thought, I haven't given you my blessing yet, and you've already recovered? Of course, Jiang Shao didn't give his blessing either. At this moment, his star techniques were Desperation, Shadow Crow, White Ghoul, and Ghost Tiger's star techniques of Sharpness and Perception. Woo 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 oh oh oh. If he didn't fight on the stage, there would really be a riot below the stage. However, the voices of the demons and ghosts were making Jiang Shao feel annoyed. He suddenly picked up his knife and pointed it at the crowd. All of a sudden, the area that the giant blade was pointing at became silent. Immediately afterwards, the Grimace monks seemed to have been greatly provoked and surged forward. If it weren't for the Silver Companions who had rushed over to stop them, they would have already charged forward. Just now, Li Haoge and Yu Yuchen from the Falcon Squad rushed to the scene with the Silver Companions who were maintaining order. At this moment, the two of them were secretly lamenting and wondering, what is the deputy leader of the light-chasing team doing? Is he trying to provoke a riot in the city? More and more Grimace monks rushed over after hearing the news, and the situation was getting more and more out of control. If Jiang Shao continued to provoke them, the Silver Companions who were supposed to maintain order would probably jump into the ring and fight. Jiang Shao spun around in place and pointed his knife at the grimmest monks surrounding the ring. He suddenly hollered, "Damn it, do you all know how to speak Mandarin?" Amidst the heated atmosphere, Jiang Shao also burst out with vulgarities. All of a sudden, the voices around the ring stopped. Jiang Shao yelled, "Your cheering sounds are too unpleasant. Today, I'll teach you a word, damn it." Yu Chen and Li Haoge were dumbfounded. The grimmest monks were also dumbfounded. "Show your surprise and show your appreciation," Jiang Shao said loudly. "When you see any tricks later, say the word damn it. Got it? Come, say it to me again, damn it." Yu Chen and Li Haoge were speechless. One of the grass companions suddenly shouted, "Whirlpool, damn it." 1, 2, 3. All of a sudden, the sound of damn it could be heard one after another. "Yes, very good." Jiang Shao nodded heavily. There was nothing more down-to-earth than this word. The mouths of this group of ghost-faced monks could not produce any beautiful bootlicking. Just these two words were enough. This was the purest battle of skills. If there were no bootlicking, wouldn't it be less fun? Not far away, De Chue led He Yun and the blind lady to the scene, but they heard a lot of damn it. He Yun and the blind lady were dumbfounded. What was going on? It turned out that it was not easy to learn, but it was definitely easy to learn bad things. On the stage, Teacher Jiang had a gratified look on his face as he kept nodding and praising the grimmest monks below. Yes, the children are worth teaching. The children are worth teaching. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 879. Golden Companion couldn't take it anymore. She held onto 2 crescent blades and shuttled around like a ghost. Her physique was simply explosive, and she arrived in front of Jiang Shao in the blink of an eye. The dark ghost held a bright crescent blade in its hand and slashed down fiercely. Jiang Shao subconsciously raised his blade to block the attack. He held a giant blade in each hand and formed an X shape above his forehead, blocking the fierce attack by a hair's breadth. Bang! At the next moment, a huge force came and Jiang Shao was blasted away. The power of the platinum-quality grimace monks was simply terrifying. Besides, it was a vengeful strike that Golden Companion had been holding back for an entire night. It was extremely powerful. Jiang Shao was sent flying and fell into the group of grimace monks below the ring. Boo-hoo! 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 Jiang Zhao's performance was beyond everyone's expectations. Well, it was derogatory. Just a moment ago, he was still in high spirits and was even teaching others how to cheer for him. What about now? One round, he was sent flying off the ring. Below the arena, Jiang Shao only felt a strong hand grabbing onto his body and throwing him onto the arena once again. Jiang Shao felt like he was on cloud 9. What did they mean by there was no way out? Flew out of the arena? It's okay, we'll throw him back again. Strictly speaking, Jiang Shao had already become a tool at this moment. He had to provide a battle for the grimmest monks in order to satisfy their aggressive nature and appetite. Otherwise, Jiang Shao would probably be torn apart by the audience. Blind lady stood in the distance and frowned slightly. She tilted her head and seemed to be carefully sensing the situation in the arena. She said softly, "Pay attention to the use of bell." He Yin was slightly surprised and turned to look at blind lady. Why did this blind lady, who doesn't care about anything, suddenly say that? Before the three of them came to the Central Plains, they had traveled through mountains and rivers, especially when they went around the bushes and forests of Daming Province. They had experienced many tragic battles. At that time, blind lady had never cared about Jiang Shao. Was it because the two of them had confirmed their identities? He Yin thought to himself that he would have to ask Jiang Shao about the blind lady if he had the chance. Her origins had always been a mystery to He Yin. On the arena, Jin Luo didn't care so much. He brandished the enormous crescent blade and charged forward once more. Plop, plop, plop. In midair, without any leverage, Jiang Shao transformed into a crow and dodged gracefully. He quickly retracted his left wing, and the shiny blade brushed past his pitch-black feathers. Pu, piu, piu. Immediately after, a flock of shadow crows flew down and charged towards Jin Shichi's huge body. Jin Shichi had clearly never seen such a star technique before, but he was not afraid at all. Instead, he retreated while fighting. With every swing of his sword, a small shadow crow would be smashed and turned into star power that dissipated in midair. Rumble, the remaining shadow crows, finally exploded. Shadow Crow's second star technique, Chaotic Crow. The masked monk leaped up fiercely. His reaction was so fast that it was terrifying. He brushed past the shockwave of the explosion and directly jumped out of the blast zone. In the sky, Jin Shichi somersaulted gracefully. The crescent blade in his left hand was nowhere to be seen, and he was holding onto the brim of his bamboo hat with his left hand. He pressed it down slightly and used it to block his face. His wide straw cape fluttered in the air, making him look like a dashing ranger. Oh, 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 woo. The audience below the arena was in an uproar. There was finally a heated scene. The hungry crowd below finally found a way to vent their emotions. Jin Shichi lowered the brim of his hat with one hand and pointed his sword at Jiang Shao, who had transformed into a human. Useless, useless. Jiang Shao wasn't sure if Jin Shichi was talking about his star technique or himself. Regardless of which aspect Jin Shichi was referring to, Jiang Shao felt very comfortable. Only such a battle could arouse Jiang Zhao's desire to fight. Jiang Shao took a step forward and rushed forward. Again, ha. The masked monk lifted the brim of his hat with his fingers and grinned menacingly. At the same time, he leaned forward and picked up a long sword from the ground. Before the battle began, Jin Shichi had asked the audience for weapons, to which they threw the weapons in their hands onto the arena. Hence, the arena that the two of them were standing on at this moment was filled with weapons of all shapes and sizes. The scene was rather shocking, and it was as if the two of them were fighting in a pile of weapons. Ding! The 182-meter-tall human figure collided with the 3-meter-tall ghost figure again. Their bodies were completely incompatible, and of course, their attributes were the same. Apart from that, Jiang Zhao's physique was also crushed by Jin Shichi in almost all aspects. That was not just an advantage in terms of cultivation, but also an advantage in terms of race. The expected loud sound did not appear, and Jiang Zhao did not fly backward again. Under the circulation of green glow, Jiang Zhao's giant sword was covered in a rich green glow. However, even with the green glow around him, Jiang Zhao still used the method of diverting the force and did not really fight head-on. Jiang Zhao held the giant sword in his right hand and cleverly diverted the force, causing the masked monk to retreat. At the same time, Jiang Zhao swung his left hand out, and a rapidly rotating giant blade flew towards Jin Shichi, who was retreating. Under the repelling effect of the green glow, Jin Shichi retreated more than 8 meters. His golden eyes were dazzling as he looked at the spinning giant sword with a fiery gaze. What is the meaning of this? Clang! Jin Shichi raised his hand to block the incoming giant blade. In the next moment, the sinister smile on his face froze. This was because another giant blade that was spinning at an extremely high speed was flying towards him. It seemed to connect seamlessly with the previous giant blade. The timing of the giant sword arrival was so ingenious that Jin Shichi could not dodge it and could only block it. Jin Shichi knew very well that he was able to block it because of his strong physique and reflexes. If it were any other species, Jin Shichi blocked it again, and the rapidly spinning giant sword was deflected again. Then, another giant sword attacked him. Jin Shichi was dumbfounded. Is this kid greedy for my sword? De Chue smacked his bald head with one hand and stared at the magical scene on the stage in a daze. Is this kid really a dual-wielding swordsman? On the stage, there were flashes of light from the swords and airwaves. At this moment, the tall and majestic Jin Shichi was already in a difficult situation. He was forced to retreat step by the seamlessly connected and rapidly rotating giant blades that stabbed towards him. De Chue asked, What is this? He Yin frowned slightly. This doesn't make sense. If he were to hit a target, he might be able to bounce the sword back. However, he was hitting a living creature that could move, resist, and had consciousness and strength. How did Jiang Shao control the force and angle to retrieve the giant's sword that was bounced out? This kind of skill was not for self-entertainment at all. One had to take into account the opponent's reaction speed and force to be able to produce such a scene. If Ian did not know the characteristics of the masked monks, he would have thought that Jin Shichi was acting with Jiang Shao. Holy shit. Holy shit. What the F asterisk CK? A series of exclamations of shock rang out. In the beginning, the masked monks thought that Jiang Shao was using the giant sword as a flying dagger and wanted to catch them off guard. However, they did not expect that the flying dagger could be retracted. Upon sight of such a martial art, the masked monks who had surrounded the ring were all glaring at Jiang Shao as if they wanted to swallow him alive. Believe it or not, the diamond-quality giant sword technique was just that domineering. Jiang Shao swung his swords left and right and dove into the air. He caught the swords and threw them at the ghosts in front of him with exquisite maneuvers. Jin Shichi retreated and was overwhelmed. He had never thought that he would be defeated by a human who only knew how to use star techniques. Yes, it was not just Jin Shichi. In the hearts of all the masked monks, humans were trash who only knew how to use star techniques. Jiang Shao perfectly explained what it meant to be one step ahead of the others. Ever since the spinning dagger was thrown, the snowball kept getting bigger and bigger until it got out of hand. Jin Shichi's combat IQ was excellent, and he knew that he couldn't go on like that. The golden couple, who had always mocked humans for relying on their star techniques, finally used their star technique, golden rod, direct blow, dispel haze, uplifting. Clearly, Jin Shichi had the potential to be a toxic healer. It was clearly a support-type star technique, but it had to be used as an output star technique. At the instant that Jin Shichi raised his hand to block, he had already formed an illusory rod that suddenly appeared above Jiang Zhao's head and smashed down forcefully. Jin Shichi did not care if his rod would make Jiang Zhao's head clear or not, or if it would give Jiang Shao a buff. All he wanted was for Jiang Shao to be in a stiff state for half a second. That would be enough. The rhythm had to be disrupted. Jiang Shao, who was crazily throwing the dagger, suddenly arched his legs and retreated. Of course, he knew what was happening above his head. Clearly, he was dodging the huge rod. Jin Shichi's eyes froze. A chance. As long as Jiang Shao made a slight mistake in his positioning or was disrupted, he would lose his rhythm completely. Not only would he not be able to retrieve the dagger, but he would also be unable to suppress Jin Shichi. Jiang Shao, who had leaped backward, was almost lying flat on the ground. He did not catch the dagger, but there was a blood-red giant sword in his hand. The giant sword that was shrouded in crimson mist was thrown out the moment Jiang Shao fell to the ground. At the same time, Jiang Shao, who was flying backwards, picked up the scattered weapons on the ground and disappeared. Core of Desperation. Blade of Desperation. The weapon that Jiang Shao picked up turned out to be a longsword. Jiang Shao no longer had time to observe the weapon. If he had taken a second look at it, he would probably have named it fish intestines. The 3-feet-long sword was full of patterns that looked like fish intestines. It was definitely an antique work of master hammer. Under the Blade of Desperation, Jiang Zhao's figure was far faster than the dagger that he had previously thrown out. In an instant, Jiang Shao had already caught up with and overtaken the spinning dagger while carrying the fish intestines. Under the rapid movement, Jiang Zhao's figure appeared in front of Jin Shichi almost instantaneously. He then stabbed his sword towards Jin Shichi's lower abdomen and the wide straw cape. Hey, Jin Shichi didn't have time to think at all. His body reacted, and that was already the greatest degree of resistance he could muster. It was the star technique Blade of Desperation that allowed him to shuttle at high speed. A second ago, Jin Shichi was still watching Jiang Shao dodge, but in the next second, Jiang Shao had already appeared in front of him. Under the huge crisis, Jin Shichi's body reacted naturally, allowing him to use the star technique motionless while blocking. Immobilized. increased defensive power to a certain extent, immune to two negative statuses, knockback and dizziness. That was the defensive star technique of the masked monk golden couple. It was the most likely product of a natural reaction. To Jiang Xiao. Motionless. That's exactly what I want you to do. Jiang Zhao's sword was covered in green glow, and the sharp sword pierced through Jin Shiqi's thick coat before piercing deep into Jin Shiqi's lower abdomen. After the knockback effect of gold-quality green glow was nullified by the star technique, motionless, there was only a strong, striking effect left. Coupled with the huge momentum of the blade of desperation, the damage output was simply explosive. Screech. The sword pierced through the flesh. Jin Shiqi's star technique, motionless, was immediately cancelled. The combat intelligence and ferocity of the golden couple were not to be trifled with. With the advantage of its physical fitness, it managed to endure the attack. After canceling the star technique, it regained its freedom and quickly swiped its sharp claws at Jiang Xiao. Whoosh! Jiang Xiao turned his body abruptly, and Jin Shiqi's eyes were bloodshot. The flower blade that Jiang Xiao threw out previously arrived in front of the two of them on time. With the help of the star technique, Jiang Xiao seemed to have eyes at the back of his head. With a simple turn of his body, the giant blade that was surrounded by blood mist spun vertically and brushed past the tip of Jiang Zhao's nose before piercing Jin Shiqi's chest. When Jiang Xiao threw out the flower blade previously, he didn't have to worry about the weapon not being able to withstand the star technique. Hence, he adjusted the green glow in his hand to platinum quality. Whoosh! Under the huge momentum, Jin Shiqi was sent flying out of the ring by the huge and sharp flower blade. He flew over the heads of the audience and smashed into the crowded auditorium in the distance. All of a sudden, everyone was thrown off their feet. He couldn't help but clench his teeth and exclaim, "Damn it, this young man." Sledgehammer slapped his bald head and seemed to be at a loss for words. He repeated what he said just now. What is this?" The blind lady stood silently by the side. The flower of ink that was quietly blooming in her slender, jade-like hand, which was hidden under her loose white robe, slowly withered. Bits of pitch-black ink flowed along her slender fingertips and dripped onto the ground. Li Haoge and Yu Yuchen looked at each other in shock. The two brothers had managed to tame the grimmest monks with their powerful star techniques, but the deputy leader of the Tail Feathers Regiment, his techniques. Did you say that he didn't use any star techniques? Actually, that wasn't the case. In this battle, his star techniques were used throughout and played a crucial role. However, it wouldn't be right to say that he relied purely on his star techniques. The key to victory was the terrifying bullet sword. It was this extremely cool and godlike technique that caused Jin Shiqi to retreat step by step. He was simply suppressing him like a mad dog. How was he the deputy leader Jiang Xiao? He's just like a mad dog. Can humans really combine their star techniques with their own techniques so perfectly? No, it's not just his star techniques and techniques. What's more terrifying is his combat intelligence and exquisite layout. Jiang Xiao turned around and looked at the group of grimace monks below the ring. He placed his right hand behind his ear and gestured to listen. A few seconds later, Jiang Xiao looked extremely upset. Unfortunately, there was no bootlicking and only dead silence. Jiang Xiao pursed his lips and thought, "What are these ghosts doing? Have you guys forgotten all the teachings I've been giving you? Cheer up, all of you. I'll go first. Damn it. 4,400 words. I hope you'll enjoy reading it. Please vote for the little toxic healer. Thank you." Chapter 880. Gulp, gulp. Woo, 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 woo. After a short period of silence, the ancient Yi Pagoda city completely exploded. The grimmest monks spoke in a language that Jiang Xiao couldn't understand. They roared loudly with an imposing aura. They had a strong sense of immersion, as if they had just experienced a hardy battle. At this moment, they were unbridledly celebrating. The grimmest monks clan had a whole new level of respect for this newcomer from Huaxia. Strictly speaking, Jiang Xiao had not only brought glory to the Chinese, but also to all of mankind. Before meeting Jiang Shao, the masked monks despised humans from the bottom of their hearts. So what if they had more and more star techniques? Weren't they just kids with cannons? Forging iron, you have to be strong. It was an interesting chain of contempt. The masked monks regarded the star techniques possessed by humans as equipment. In other words, it was a type of technology. To the masked monks, what was truly powerful was always their own skills and tactical attainments. Today, although Jiang Shao was also wearing a full set of equipment, his skills were displayed in a crushing manner in front of everyone. That alone touched the hearts of the masked monks. At this moment, Jiang Shao was standing on the stage and secretly wondering, I played well with my sword just now. Why didn't I get swordsmanship expertise? Back then, when Jiang Shao practiced the heavenly halberd, he seemed to have played around, but he did not activate the corresponding basic skills. After thinking about it carefully, he reckoned that he should have received systematic training and at least practiced the most basic swordsmanship before swordsmanship expertise appeared. Jiang Shao felt that he could still gain a higher level of respect. These masked monks are known as weapon masters. Jiang Shao can also be a weapon master. Jiang Shao could upgrade any cold weapon to a silver skill with 9 points and another 100 points to a gold skill. As for the higher level of platinum, Jiang Shao did not intend to use it because it would be a waste. Although the gold quality cold weapon technique might not be comparable to that of the masked monks who studied a certain technique, it was still pretty good. At this moment, Jiang Shao was carrying a huge sum of money in his pocket. The full moon merit that he obtained previously gave him a total of 30,000 points. Calm down. Calm down. Amidst the roars from all directions, Jiang Shao steadied his mind. He couldn't make a decision on a whim. He still had to ponder over the idea of becoming a weapon master. Mastery in one field is not as good as mastery in every field. In the end, Jiang Shao still chose to use the giant blade. He did not want to show off by learning these cold weapons. He just wanted to gain the recognition and respect of the grimace monks. If he could obtain a great harvest with a small price, why not? On Earth, the World Cup was about to begin. It was conceivable that there would be another huge wave of skill points. Yes, Jiang Shao nodded repeatedly, feeling that the idea seemed to be feasible. He decided to observe the preferences of the grimacing monks and see if the profession of weapon master would be a bonus. Speaking of which, the real bonus points had always been right in front of Jiang Shao, and that was the sledgehammer. It was worth noting that Big Hammer had obtained the approval of the grimace monks with his perfect smithing skills. However, Jiang Shao wasn't too sure if he would unlock a basic skill like smithing. After all, Jiang Shao had learned swimming before, but he didn't have swimming proficiency. Jiang Shao had also learned the languages of many countries, but he didn't have language proficiency. Of course, Jiang Shao knew how to drive, but he didn't have driving proficiency either. The basic skill section in the internal star map seemed to be only for basic combat skills. Whoosh! A grass monk rushed out of the encirclement and leaped onto the arena. He picked up a battle axe from the ground and roared at Jiang Shao, "I'll do it." Jiang Shao was startled. He looked at the other party's burning gaze and wondered how he could still be so considerate to challenge him in Mandarin despite his chaotic and impulsive emotions. "It must have been hard on you." Jiang Shao smiled and pointed at the bamboo hat on his head. There were green threads flowing on it, as if it was telling the world what had happened at home. The grass monk said, "Huh?" Jiang Shao said, "Nice hat." The grass monk tossed the bamboo hat to Jiang Shao and said, "You can have it. Let's fight." Jiang Shao caught the green straw hat and hurriedly threw it back, as if it was scalding his hand. "Thank you, but I don't want it. You can keep it. It looks better on you than on me." Whoosh! Whoosh! Another 2 grimacing monks leaped onto the arena. One was wearing a straw cape with golden red threads flowing on it, while the other was wearing a straw cape with pure golden threads flowing on it. The 2 masked monks sent Jiang Shao an invitation to fight. The scene immediately became chaotic. One grimacing monk after another leaped onto the arena. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. This, Jiang Shao looked at the ferocious demons and ghosts, feeling a little at a loss. What should he do? In just a few seconds, The grimacing monks had already surrounded Jiang Shao. The grimace monks, who were about 3 meters tall and strong, surrounded Jiang Shao and began to promote him crazily. Jiang Shao was not short. He was already 182 meters tall and could already look Xia Yan in the eye. However, to this group of mighty and majestic grimace monks, Jiang Shao was simply the weakest of weaklings. Humans always judged others by their own standards. The grimacing monks yearned for a strong opponent. Therefore, when they were promoting themselves, they were all praising themselves. They naturally thought that Jiang Shao also wanted to fight a strong opponent. My Ishur San, my silver spear, powerful. Let's fight. Sword, my sword. I'm Chao Jiao. I have a big axe. I can kill Hua Xiong. Under the intense pressure, Jiang Shao finally made a classic move. He held his head and squatted down. The difference between teleportation and high-speed movement was finally revealed. Jiang Shao did not even know where to move his legs. However, it was useless to hold his head and squat down. Jiang Shao was immediately stacked up and pressed down at the bottom. At this moment, Jiang Zhao's heart was breaking down. His head was full of sweat. More men on top of men. Speaking of which, what did I have a big axe and I can kill Hua Xiao mean? Were the Eagle and Falcon brothers still teaching these grimacing monks about Chinese culture? Why were they still here telling stories when they had nothing better to do? Jiang Zhao's guess was right. The grimacing monks were especially belligerent. For a relatively long period of time, the Chinese people here would not be able to suppress this fiery scene of private fights. Citywide private fights. No matter which street one went to, there would definitely be grimacing monks fighting. Moreover, it was a never-ending private fight that lasted 24 hours a day. Would you believe it? However, the grimacing monks were such creatures. One of the few things that could make them quiet down and sit down obediently was listening to stories. The only thing that Jiang Shao guessed wrong was that it was not the Eagle and Falcon brothers who were telling stories, but the Chue who was telling stories to the grimacing monks. The Chue did not know how to talk about Dream of the Red Chamber, but he knew how to talk about Journey to the West. In the end, after a few minutes, the grimacing monks below the stage started fighting. Feeling helpless, the Chue began to talk about Water Margin. This time, he completely captured the hearts of the grimacing monks. After Water Margin, the Chue began to talk about the 3 kingdoms. The audience's response was even better. Everyone be quiet. All of you be quiet. The sledgehammer leaped high into the air and landed on the arena. His hoarse voice was no different from the ghostly wails and howls of the ghostly-faced monks. It was precisely because of this hoarse voice that the grimacing monks loved to listen to it. There was nothing else, just 2 words. Cordial. The Chue opened his mouth wide and shouted, "All of you, be quiet. Today, I will tell you the story of the battle between the 3 heroes of Hulao Pass and Lubu." To He Yun's and the blind lady's surprise, the scene of a ruckus in the city actually gradually quieted down. What did it mean to dominate the world with 1 trick? The Chue had already told the story of the battle between the 3 heroes of Hulao Pass and Lubu over 1,000 times. This job, it could be called porcelain solid. After telling it over 1,000 times, the grimacing monks should be tired of listening to it, right? As it turned out, that was not the case. The grimacing monks expressed that they would not be tired of it, even if they listened to it 10,000 times. The Chue looked at the hungry gazes below with satisfaction. He nodded and said, "All of you, get off the stage and stand properly. Be quiet. If you perform well, I will make up more details about the battle between the 3 heroes and Lubu." Jiang Shao grinned. The Chue, Duche, you've exposed yourself. Although it was much quieter below the stage, the grimacing monks surrounding Jiang Shao were still promoting themselves. Jiang Shao agreed to their invitation while persuading the surrounding grimacing monks to leave, coaxing them to get off the stage to listen to the story. With the help of the Eagle brothers and the Silver Consort guards, the surrounding grimacing monks turned back after every step they took. In the end, they still left. Jiang Shao also hurriedly ran off the stage. However, Jiang Shao also noticed a detail. From the beginning to the end, in this chaotic scene, the silver consort did not appear. Did the species of the grimacing monks have their own biological characteristics? The other three species of grimacing monks had already gone up the stage. Only the silver consort was maintaining order. No one went up the stage to ask for a fight. Jiang Shao thought to himself. He bent down and slipped past the legs of the mighty and majestic grimacing monks, arriving beside He-Yun and the blind lady. He-Yun had just healed Jin Shichi. He laughed out loud and stood up with wrinkles on his face. He patted Jiang Zhao's shoulder and said, "Your swordsmanship is really impressive. Take a look then." Jiang Shao chuckled and said, "You guys came to the alien world too early. Ever since the 2017 World Cup, no one on Earth has disapproved of my swordsmanship." While speaking, Jiang Shao saw two patches of black ink stains at the spot where the blind lady was standing, one on each side of her hands. It seemed that she had already made preparations to kill her way out of this place, didn't she? While he was thinking about it, Jin Shichi stood up and reached over, tapping Jiang Zhao's shoulder with her long and sharp nails. "Why? You're not convinced?" Jiang Shao looked up curiously. Jin Shichi said in a hoarse voice, Teach me, teach me." "Huh?" Jiang Shao blinked and looked at the weapons master in front of him. "Me? Teach you?" "Yes, teach me." Jin Shichi suddenly knelt on the ground. "Dong, dong, dong." He kowtowed 3 times in a row, and it was a clean and crisp kowtow. This guy doesn't speak Chinese very well, but he knows a lot of etiquette. As he spoke, Dechue's voice came from the stage. Lu Bu raised his heavenly halberd, and with a flick, a wave of golden chi rose into the air. The red rabbit horse under him neighed towards the sky, and the fiery red wave was monstrous. Behind Wen Ho, a huge figure appeared, like an overlord descending to the world. Jiang Shao was shocked. What kind of modified version of the 3 kingdoms was this? He suddenly gestured behind Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao turned his head to look, only to see a few tall and majestic grimacing monks squeezing out from the crowd. One of them was even holding Jiang Zhao's 2 giant swords in his hands. It seemed that he had deliberately picked them up. The 6 monks cupped their fists and gestured to Jiang Shao. Beneath the bamboo hat, the golden eyes flashed with the same blazing color as he said, "You're right. Jin Wu, Jin Shire, Jin Shirsi, Jin 21, Jin 25, Jin 59. Greetings, sir." Jiang Shao scratched his head and looked at one of the golden couples. "Are you the Jin Shire who smashed the ancient pagoda?" Jiang Shao looked at the golden couples and found some similarities. The golden couples were all using swords, but some were riding long swords and some were fighting padeos. Are they all here to learn swords? So, is this another hidden characteristic? Why did only the golden couples come to learn? The other masked monks also used swords, so why didn't they come? Wasn't the dual swords more popular? Jin Shichi panicked and said, Don't teach them. Teach me. I'm done kowtowing." Jiang Shao. There's a small Easter egg in this chapter. I wonder if everyone has noticed it. A secret reminder. Numerical ranking. Top. Chapter 881. Half a month later, in Yaguda City, Jiang Shao was standing in the courtyard of a courtyard, watching the 7 golden companions practicing their swordsmanship in front of him. These 7 tall, burly, and devil-faced monks were as neat and tidy as if they had been chopped by knives and axes. Furthermore, they were all wearing the same uniform, with large straw raincoats draped over their shoulders and bamboo hats. It was a pleasing sight to behold. For Jiang Shao, this half a month was a half month of cursing and swearing. This, him, damn, of, ghosts, faces, monks, companions. All of them were simply beasts. At the level of cold weapons, at least at the level of giant blade techniques, they were really terrifyingly talented. What kind of biological characteristics were these? That was too disgusting, right? Did they really learn everything that was taught? If this went on, Jiang Shao, their master, would lose his job. Jiang Shao had also taught the barbarians in the Baiwa forest and even changed all the sword-wielding soldiers there into the giant blade army. Those savages were also omnipotent, and their learning speed was also very fast. However, compared to the ghost-faced monks, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. In less than half a month, the grim-faced monks had at least learned most of Jiang Zhao's giant blade techniques that were below the gold quality. Besides, they had already reached a level where they could do it with ease. Now, Jiang Shao had begun to teach them the platinum quality flexible blade. Of course, at present, it was only the single blade flexible blade. The double blade flexible blade technique was of diamond quality, and its difficulty was much higher than that of the single blade flexible blade. Jiang Shao found that among his 7 disciples, Jin Wu and Jin Shirsi had the most outstanding learning ability. The other golden companions were still consolidating the gold quality giant blade technique, while Jin Wu and Jin Shirsi were already practicing the platinum quality single blade flexible blade. However, in the past half a month, Jiang Shao was not without gains. In the process of teaching this group of weapon masters, Jiang Zhao's diamond quality level 0 giant blade technique had also been upgraded to diamond quality level 1. Oh, you're practicing? The sound of a broken gong could be heard coming from the door. Immediately afterward, Jiang Shao saw an auspicious beast that was walking upright walk in. Jiang Shao. However, he saw the auspicious beast suddenly open its mouth like a lion dance. From the bloody mouth, Jiang Shao saw Sledgehammer's big bald head. This fellow was clearly in his 40s, but his temperament was like that of a child. He was very mischievous, comparable to Senior Hien. Senior Hien also liked to joke, but at least he still had some dignity. Furthermore, everyone respected that old man very much. But to Chue, Jiang Zhao's respect for Chue was buried in the ground by Chue himself. Chue was really too shameless. Sometimes he would be so mischievous that Jiang Shao gritted his teeth. Jiang Shao asked, "What? Are you going to do a lion dance?" Chue's head was inside the auspicious beast's head. He laughed out loud and said, "Today, I'll hold a banquet for you. This is what your good disciples asked me to do." Jiang Shao was stunned for a moment. He looked at the golden couples who were moving in unison. They were all expressionless. He didn't know whose idea it was. While thinking, Jiang Shao looked at Jin Wujio and asked, "Wujio, is it you?" Although the golden couples all looked the same and had the same characteristics, they were creatures that were very similar to humans. They were also somewhat complicated and had different personalities. The lowest ranked, Jin Wujio, was the most meticulous. The ghost-faced monks didn't have a gender, but if they did, Jiang Shao would think that Jin Wujio was a female. Sensible, considerate, meticulous, and calm. It was the one who could suppress its nature the best. Without Jiang Zhao's order, it would definitely not attack anyone who provoked it. This was not a trivial matter. Every star beast had its own nature. Even if its IQ was high, the genes flowing in its blood couldn't be erased. Jin Wujio was really impressive. It was so self-disciplined to a certain extent, to the extent of masochism. Among them, Jin Shirshir had the worst temper. The one with the strongest learning ability and the highest talent was Jin Shirsi. At present, Jin Wu had the strongest combat ability. Jin Shichi was the one who had the most petty thoughts and was especially awkward. He always looked like he was being bullied. Don't be fooled by them. They only know how to fight and kill. The golden couples are very loyal and righteous. The Chue put on the auspicious bee's head and staggered into the house while saying, "After practicing, let them come in and help me move things." Jiang Shao grinned and looked at the square in front of him. He said, "Go ahead." This was not Chue's house. Ever since Jiang Zhao's group of 3 settled down here, the Eagle and Falcon brothers had arranged a house for them. Originally, each of them had their own house, but at the request of Yun and the blind girl, the 3 of them stayed in a large courtyard. Ian stayed in the east wing, while the blind girl stayed in the west wing. At the door, the Eagle and Falcon brothers walked in with some special fruits and pastries and greeted Jiang Shao. Li Haoga's serious square face broke into hearty laughter. "Haha, I heard that Captain Jiang is going to take in a new disciple today. We're here to add some popularity. Jiang Shao, Yu Chen also put away his cold appearance and said with a smile, recently, many ghost-faced monks have started to use giant blades, but they still don't have the courage to come and worship you as a disciple. They're still observing the cultivation results of your disciples. They don't know how well you teach them, but us brothers know that the progress of these 7 golden couples is simply visible to the naked eye. I think you will have more and more disciples in the future. Captain Jiang, you're a genius. Jiang Shao said with a smile. You're too polite. Just call me Jiang Shao. Jean Sergio, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and take the things. Jean Sergio hurriedly ran over. By the way, Jiang Shao looked at the 2 brothers of the Eagle and Falcon team and asked, we have been here for more than half a month, and there is still no movement on the other side of the mountain. Is this crisis over? Li Haoge said, don't underestimate the intelligence of the fugitives. They are all diamond creatures, hunters at the top of the food chain. These guys are very insidious. However, Yu Chen spoke up, as long as we protect our own people and don't cause any internal strife, we should be fine. Maybe the foreign clan is waiting for the ghost-faced monks to fight. If that's the case, there shouldn't be many fugitives. Facing 1,000 ghost-faced monks, it should be quite stressful. Jiang Shao thought for a while and said, if what you said is true, that they're waiting for us to have internal strife, one day they will realize that the ghost-faced monks here are different from the ghost-faced monks in the other ancient pagodas. This is a relatively orderly society. In that case, the fugitives will be unable to hold back and attack this place one day, right? Li Haoge nodded solemnly and said, it's very possible. There are 3 ancient pagodas and 3 light pillars here. This is a great temptation. Jiang Shao pondered for a while and said, have you brothers ever thought of taking the initiative to attack? Li Haoge was stunned. Yu Chen touched his stubble and thought for a while, then said, it seems a little too risky. Jiang Shao smiled and said, how can I let others sleep beside me? Yu Chen nodded thoughtfully. Jiang Shao continued, since you can't move your base and want to stay here, then there's nothing much to say. We don't have many choices. Li Haoge whispered. The ghost-faced monks here are really bored. They have been waiting for a big battle, but it hasn't come yet. Us brothers are really troubled. For now, the Silver Companions are still stable. Once the guards can't hold back, then we will really be in trouble. It's better to let them go. A faint voice was heard, obviously supporting Jiang Zhao's opinion. Everyone turned their heads to the west, only to see an elegant woman in a white robe with a white cloth covering her eyes. She was standing at the stone steps in front of the west room, silently looking at everyone. An old voice was heard from the east. It's good to prepare for war. Jiang Shao can increase the number of disciples he takes in and give the ghost-faced monks something to do. This way, it can reduce the possibility of internal strife among the ghost-faced monks and also divert their attention. It can also improve their battle skills. At the same time, it can be considered as preparing for war. It's killing many birds with one stone. Obviously, Heian wanted to be fully prepared and was not willing to take the initiative to attack. But no matter what the 2 people in the east and west rooms thought, it seemed that Jiang Shao was the one in charge. One had to know that Heian and the blind lady were starry sky experts. They could almost crush Jiang Shao, a Star River Peak rookie, with one hand, but unknowingly, Jiang Shao seemed to have become the leader of the 3 people in the team. There were too many factors involved. Strength was obviously the foundation, but if it was just based on strength, both the blind lady and Heian were qualified to be the leader of the team. They did not even need to listen to Jiang Zhao's suggestions. To put it bluntly, Heian wanted to nurture Jiang Shao and hoped that she could contribute some of her remaining strength. The blind lady's thoughts were even more complicated. She was grateful, belonging, identity, and so on. In fact, when Jiang Shao was still the deputy leader of the Tail Feather Society and still gave the title of 3 Tails to the blind lady, Yu Qiuzi, automatically lowered her status and became Jiang Zhao's soldier under the condition that she did not go against her principles. The blind lady's request to join the battle was probably for her own sake. She could not stay here for too long. She had seen and passed by, so it was time for her to enter the next stage. She would continue to move forward and wander. In this world, no one and nothing could stop her from wandering. It was different from the situation when the blind lady led He Yun to wander. Back then, the two of them were said to be in a small team, but it was more of a cooperative relationship that benefited each other. At this moment, the blind lady chose to lead Jiang Xiao to wander. This was a proper team and a proper comrade. The old leader who understood her the most and agreed with her the most had already left, and this new leader was exactly the same as the old leader. Her thoughts and actions were simply of the same origin as the old leader. The blind lady had already lost many people and did not wish to lose another one in this strange ball. The third tails had indeed abandoned her teammates and entered the holy ground without permission. This was without a doubt, but this action was extremely complicated. In fact, in Sambai's heart, she did not abandon anyone, but at a special moment, the sudden outburst under the strong pressure made her abandon her teammates. Therefore, the nature of Sambai's actions was very complicated. This world was not a black and white world. Apart from black and white, there were many shades of gray. Her actions were not in line with her heart, just like how her life was a contradictory existence. Therefore, it was not appropriate to use the words abandoned teammates. After thinking about it, Jiang Xiao felt that it was more appropriate to use the words lost teammates. Haha, how is it? The conditions are simple, but I'll make do with it. De Chue placed the head of the auspicious beast that resembled ancient Chinese mythology on the square table. 2 golden companions carried the table to the courtyard, and 1 golden companion placed the chair properly. Jiang Xiao grimaced and said, "It's the apprenticeship ceremony. What do you mean by putting the pig's head meat here? Can't the apprenticeship ceremony be over after drinking tea and kowtowing?" De Chue was obviously stunned for a moment. He patted his big bald head and said, "This is a gift from your disciples." Jiang Xiao also scratched his head and said, "Are you sure that placing the pig's head meat here is not to worship the ancestors?" De Chue said, "How would I know? It's just like that. Young man, why are you wasting time with me? You're not happy with the head of the auspicious beast?" Jiang Xiao said in annoyance, "You're from the Central Plains. Speak to me in Mandarin. You're still showing off in front of me when you're half-baked in the 3 northern provinces." At the same time, on Earth, in the training ground of the World Cup individual competition, Jiang Xiao sat in the audience and nudged the buzzcut boy, Yi Qingshun, with his arm and said, "Say something in Central Plains. Don't be too harsh when you're scolding people." Yi Qingshun was watching the battle on the field with a giant sword in one hand. Hearing this, she turned around and blinked her beautiful big eyes. "What?" Jiang Xiao said. "Hurry up. I'm in a hurry." Yi Qingshun blushed and whispered, "Son of a B****. On the strange ball, Jiang Xiao shouted at De Chue, "Son of a B****. What the F*** CK?" De Chue froze for a moment and then rushed up. Jiang Xiao hurriedly retreated and shouted, "Protect the king! Protect the king! I can't beat him! Hurry up! The 7 of you go together!" De Chue was speechless. 20 minutes later, Jiang Xiao sat on the chair and took a sip of the lantern flower tea that one of the golden companions handed to him. Jiang Xiao nodded and said, "Since you're so considerate and willing to follow our Chinese way of formally making up for the apprenticeship ceremony, I'll do the same. Of course, I'll teach you all my skills. Now, I'll give you all a name." At the same time, on Earth, Jiang Xiao took out his mobile phone and hurriedly searched for the constellation rankings of the heavenly spirits and earthly fiends. Jiang Xiao looked at 5th Jin, who handed him tea, and said, "From now on, you'll be called Jin Yong." 5th Jin said, "Yes." Jiang Xiao waved at 12th Jin, who hurriedly served him tea. 12th Jin, you'll be called Jin Man. 12th Jin, you'll be called Jin Shang. 17th Jin, you'll be called Jin, and 21st Jin, you'll be called Jin. 25th Jin, you'll be called Jin 2A. 29th Jin, you'll be called Jin Hui. Looking at the 7 respectful disciples, Jiang Shao nodded in his heart. Okay, it's settled then. If the ghost-faced monk clan is so considerate and respectful to me, then I'll open the door. Accept disciples. Don't ask me what I know. Just tell me what you want to learn. Ask me, and I'll teach you everything. 4,200 words. Continue to ask for monthly vote support. Peak. Chapter 882. On Earth, at the training venue for the national team's individual competition, Jiang Shao was bidding farewell to Wu Ji, the person in charge, and was about to return to the training venue for the national team's team competition. Before leaving, Jiang Shao caught sight of Yi Qingshun and waved at her with a smile. I won't be coming for the next few days. See you at the airport. I'll head back first. Okay. Yi Qingshun nodded slightly. Fortunately, she did not disappoint and indeed won the first place in the national team's ranking competition. She also gave up her position as the captain, and Jiang Shao naturally became the captain of the national team. In fact, Jiang Shao was quite optimistic about Yi Qingshun, especially after experiencing the characteristics of the grimmest monks in the alien sphere. Jiang Shao believed that Yi Qingshun, who was able to kill his way out of the group of grimmest monks, should have a lot of hidden skills. Apart from Yi Qingshun, the young man from Kainan province from Butterfly Spring was also very strong. Hence, Jiang Shao was full of expectations for him. This time, Jiang Shao was not only there to visit his teammates and see who the other 9 teammates were, but he was also there to take his makeup photos. Compared to the previous photo, Jiang Shao didn't change at all this time. He felt that his posture was pretty good. Hence, Jiang Shao was wearing the red, white, and gold national team uniform and carrying the giant sword. He was grinning widely and beaming brightly. The makeup photos had already been taken for the team competition, and the final roster of the team members had also been confirmed. The team of 4 from the Capital Star Warriors did not change. Ever since Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue returned, the team of 4 from the Capital Star Warriors and the Xiangnan Army had also been fixed. Everyone was satisfied with the outcome. A week later, it would be time for them to set off for the country of Will. Jiang Shao rubbed his palms together and requested the national team to prepare a lot of spare weapons for him. He planned to go all out in the Doomsday World Cup and earn some skill points. Time soon came to the end of June. On the day of boarding the plane to leave China, Jiang Shao specially logged onto Weibo and reposted the photos of him on the official Weibo account of the national team. Jiang Shao mischievous? Just posted from Huawei P10 Plus. Goodbye, Mom. I'm going on a long journey tonight. P.S. Don't worry about me. I have wisdom and oars. Above the words, Jiang Shao was wearing the national team uniform and carrying the giant sword. He was smiling brilliantly and looked very comical. The comments below were also very interesting. All right, Xiaopi, on behalf of the motherland, I'll allow you to sail. Remember to give me a hug when you come back. You have to raise it up high. My address is Hongdu. In the end, we still have to play in the World Cup. Hee, I really don't know what all these fancy things are for. You Star Warriors will be happy if I die, right? Yay. I'm so excited the little toxic healer is going to battle. Just now, a dimensional space opened next to my house. I was so scared. A Victor's Legion soldier gave me a brass blessing. It was so comfortable. I finally experienced the taste of poisonous milk. The dimensional door closed, and the place became stable again. Shrimpy, when I was blessed, I felt that I was very close to you. Haha, may the athletes of China expand their territory and return home with glory. Protect this land again. There were many haters and even more supporters. 100 people, 100 mouths. However, no matter what, Jiang Shao would still participate in the Doomsday World Cup. Not only did he have to participate, but he also had to participate openly and get skill points in a dignified manner. While Jiang Shao was following the team competition in the Second Tail Calamity training space of the Finching military base in Beijiang province, "We're setting off today," Second Last said, while holding her sword with both hands, perspiring profusely as if she had just been fished out of the water. The sparring partner, Pai, panted heavily and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, we're already on the plane." It was also at this moment that Jiang Shao heard second last asking about the matter in the foreign sphere again. Perhaps she was looking for that opportunity too. Second last swung her sword, and the giant sword that was rotating rapidly towards Jiang Shao. "What are you doing in the foreign sphere?" Bang! With a crisp sound, the rotating giant sword flew away and did not follow the expected path at all. Her technique was not good, but her movement technique was passable. Second last flashed and grabbed the giant sword that was flying back. However, there's a crisp sound. Her long and slender palm collided with the tip of the giant steel sword, producing a loud sound. Second last sword-throwing skills were still lacking. Even with the help of the star technique perception, which made her more agile and responsive, she did not manage to grab the handle of the giant sword. Instead, she grabbed the tip of the giant sword. Fortunately, she had the star technique sharp claws, which would allow her limbs to be as tough as steel when she activated it. It seemed that she was rather calm, at least compared to when she crushed the phone. She knew to activate the sharp claws star technique. Jiang Shao frowned slightly and said, "Your sword is spinning too fast. There's no need to follow the speed at which I spin the giant sword. You have to take it one bite at a time. You can't become fat in a day." Second last didn't say anything and simply swung the giant sword down. She then adjusted the direction of the blade. Jiang Shao continued, "I'm carrying out a plan." Ever since second last mentioned the matter regarding the third last, she had never asked about it. Jiang Shao did not disturb her either and simply accompanied her train. However, since she had asked about the mutated sphere, Jiang Shao decided to tell her about his current situation and plans. Second last got into a combat stance again and dragged the giant sword on the ground with one hand while holding it in front of her eyes with the other. "Okay." However, Jiang Shao gestured for her to stop and said, "We've entered an area called the top of the ancient tower. You're well aware of the characteristics of the grimmest monks. On the mutated sphere, they're more intelligent, humane, and trustworthy." Stunned for a moment, second last put away her combat stance and said, "Continue." Jiang Shao continued, "I've already taken in many disciples with my cold weapon techniques. I've established a high prestige in the top of the ancient tower area. I want to do something big." Second last nodded and said, "Do you mean you have an army? They're the brave ones too. There are some conflicts between the top of the ancient tower and the cave of death on the other side of the mountain. A war is about to break out, and I want to try fighting with the fugitives." Second last frowned and asked, "Are the fugitives of the diamond or star quality?" Jiang Shao answered diamond. Second last nodded and said, "It's still dangerous. It's beyond your ability." Jiang Shao said, "I really want to give it a try. This is just the first step, and it's also the most important one. I've searched all over the 3 northern provinces and even went to Damling province before taking a detour to Zhongyuan province. Now I have no choice but to go to Yinzhao." Jiang Shao sighed and continued, "Yinzhao is the most restricted area of the restricted areas. It's obviously very dangerous for our team to go there. The fugitives are creatures that live in groups in the cave of death and have high-speed movement star techniques. Once we encounter them, we'll have no choice but to fight. There's no way to escape." Second last said, "You want to bring an army to Yinzhao?" Jiang Shao said, "It's just a preliminary idea, but we still have to see the results of the battle with the fugitives this time. After all, it's very difficult to manage a legion of thousands of people. If we can pick dozens of elites to accompany us to Yinzhao, that would be ideal." Jiang Shao pursed his lips and said, "Me, Senior Hiyun, and 3, Blind Lady, the 3 of us are going to enter the Dragon's Den. It's too risky. I'm the bait, but the 2 of them aren't. My team really needs some helpers. The masked monks are of the platinum quality. They're brave, righteous, and have strong combat power. They can help me a lot. Besides, Senior Hiyun is a great healer in Starry Sky. He's different from me. The more members there are, the more Hiyun's abilities can be unleashed." Second last asked, "You've made up your mind to go to Yinzhao?" Jiang Shao nodded and said, "You know the purpose of my exploration of the alien ball. No matter how dangerous it is, I have to go. Even if there's no result, I'll feel at ease." Second last nodded silently. She was indeed clear that Jiang Zhao's previous exploration of the alien ball was fundamentally different from the one he was exploring now. Jiang Zhao said, "I've already laid the foundation of the ancient Yi Pagoda city. The battle is just around the corner, and I've already made up my mind. Don't try to persuade me." Second last slowly picked up the giant sword and said, "Good luck to you. By the way," Jiang Zhao suddenly asked, "you're of a higher level. Have you heard any news about the alien ball recently? Do we have any missions to explore the alien ball?" Second last shook her head and said, "Not for the time being, but according to the trend, it might happen soon." Jiang Zhao pursed his lips and looked like he had a lot on his mind. Second last said, "Even if there is such a mission, our team won't be the first one." Jiang Zhao asked, "Huh? Why? We've already shown our combat power, haven't we? Is there any other team more suitable than us?" Second last shook her head and said, "Our performance in the Dragon Cave was amazing, so we'll be the ones guarding the Dragon Cave. Once the Dragon Cave opens again, the mission to explore the Dragon Cave will definitely fall on us. Otherwise, the higher-ups wouldn't have asked us to be stationed here." Second last added, "This is the northeast region, and we're the guardians of the night in the northwest." Jiang Zhao nodded and said, "That's true." Second last clenched the giant sword in her hand tightly and said, "When the World Cup begins, tell me about it. I'll go and watch your first and last game." Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhao smiled and said, "You're really confident in me." "Sure, no problem." Second last gestured at the giant sword in Jiang Zhao's hand and said, "Again. Okay, again." Jiang Zhao exclaimed as he strode towards second last with his giant sword. In the Calamity Ruins, there were many sword lights and sword shadows. Every step that Jiang Zhao took, every drop of sweat that he shed, including the gardener who was building a human base in the Calamity Shadow world, every action that he took was a testament to the words, "The future is promising." Apex. Chapter 883. CCTV Television Station. CCTV Television Station. Hello, everyone. I'm the host, Yi Xuanyang. A mature and intellectual urban woman was holding onto a microphone and standing in front of a pillar in the courtyard of the hotel. Of course, she was also the host of the Star Warrior World Cup broadcast by a CCTV television station. During the previous World Cup, she had even invited Jiang Zhao to do an interview. Hence, she was considered an old friend of Jiang Zhao's. Yi Xuanyang turned around and gestured to the hotel behind her. "This is Balan City, the capital of the country of Will. The hotel behind me is where the players of the individual competition of the World Cup are staying." Yi Xuanyang put on a professional smile and took 2 steps to the side. As the camera moved, a group of people waving small flags appeared in the front yard of the hotel. Yi Xuanyang smiled and said, "We can see that many people from various countries have come here and are waiting for the arrival of their players. There are also police officers maintaining order at the scene." It turned out that regardless of whether Europe was a disaster area caused by the opening of the dimensional door, the Earth was still spinning. The excited faces appeared in the camera, seemingly telling the world that people's enthusiasm for the Star Warrior World Cup had not diminished at all. Yi Xuanyang continued, "We've already received a notice that the Chinese national team will arrive here in 10 minutes. When the time comes, we will select one of the national team members to interview." Yi Xuanyang then smiled mischievously and said, "Dear viewers, which player are you looking forward to being interviewed?" Dear viewers of CCTV television station, you can write the name of your favorite player on the public screen. Note, it's for the individual competition. The Chinese team members will not be staying in this hotel. The woman had a mature and intellectual face, but she had a cute and playful smile on her face. She seemed to have already predicted which player's name would appear on the public screen. It couldn't be helped. The popularity of the little toxic healer was not something that the players from other countries could compare to. At the same time, a bus was traveling quickly on the streets of Balan City, the country of Will. Jiang Zhao rested his elbow on the window and rested his chin on his palm while looking at the foreign land outside the window. He was supposed to be a melancholic and artistic person, but he seemed to be mumbling something, ruining the atmosphere. Jiang Shao initially wanted to follow his team and board the bus for the team competition. However, as the captain of the individual competition, Jiang Shao was forced into the bus by the team leaders. A thick Tianjin accent came from beside him. "What do you think, bandit?" Jiang Shao retracted his gaze, turned around, and saw the Tianjin thug, Mr. Liu. He couldn't help but grin and say, "Look outside. It's as if the entire city is under martial law. There's no one on the streets." Liu Yang laughed and said, "This country doesn't have many people to begin with. There aren't that many people in Europe, let alone this country." "That makes sense." Jiang Shao scratched his head. He was already used to living in China and felt a little uncomfortable when he suddenly came to such a deserted place. This kind of coldness was definitely not a normal coldness. It should be the coldness of a martial law state. The land area of the country of Will was not large, and it wasn't even as large as the Kainan province of China. However, the dimensional spaces there were very advanced. Under the circumstances of the global situation, it was indeed a disaster area. However, it had also created a group of star warriors. Now, the group of elite college students probably all had star techniques like Fall of the Gods, right? The dark forest dimensional space was only open to the country of Will. Liu Yang suddenly leaned forward and looked out of the window. "Hey, I just said that there's no one. There's already a lot of people." As the bus drove into the hotel, the people on the streets cheered. Ordinary people could not enter the hotel. As the door of the hotel opened, the bus slowly drove in. Jiang Shao saw the Chinese faces, and at the same time, he also saw the indecent gestures of the foreigners and heard them booing. Jiang Shao blinked and thought, "What do they mean? You don't welcome me? That's great. The more you don't welcome me, the more I want to come. Not only am I going to come, but I'm also going to take away the trophy that you want. Are you angry?" As the bus stopped, Jiang Shao, the captain of the Chinese team, was the first to alight from the bus under the guidance of the teacher. All of a sudden, the crowd outside the Iron Gate was in an uproar. The cheers and boos coexisted, and the scene was extremely interesting. Yi Xuanyang hurriedly walked over with the cameraman. At the side, the foreign reporters who were also stationed in the courtyard and waiting for their own team members to enter also came over. "Xiaopi, long time no see." Yi Xuanyang stepped forward and greeted him warmly. Jiang Shao smiled and greeted him. "You're an acquaintance. Seems like you have a good foundation in hosting. I heard that you've changed several hosts during the time I participated in the World Cup." Yi Xuanyang was speechless. Jiang Shao also felt that the atmosphere was a little awkward. Yi Xuanyang deliberately shifted his back to the camera and mouthed to Jiang Shao, "National live broadcast." Jiang Shao chuckled awkwardly and pulled Liu Yang over. "I'm my teammate and also a university classmate. His nickname is the Tianjin Thug. He's very strong. I have high hopes for him." Liu Yang was speechless. "Brother, it's a national live broadcast. You're screwing me. If I were to be eliminated in the first round, wouldn't I be scolded to death?" Yi Xuanyang ignored the foreign reporters who had gathered around and hurriedly asked, "There are cheers and boos. Generally speaking, people have a good impression of the students participating in the Star Warrior World Cup. What do you think about the current situation?" Indeed, generally speaking, everyone would be willing to give encouragement. However, Jiang Shao was different. As the champion of the individual competition in the previous World Cup, he had defeated many strong players from various countries, most of whom were seeded players. Hence, at this moment, Jiang Shao was very popular in China, but overseas, he was considered a public enemy. Jiang Shao shrugged his shoulders and said while the cheers and boos outside, "It also represents the coexistence of pressure and motivation. It feels good." "Oh," Yi Xuanyang's eyes lit up. "It's been 2 years. This kid has grown a lot. He actually knows how to talk?" Yi Xuanyang hurriedly asked, "Do you have any goals for this World Cup?" Jiang Shao suddenly smiled and looked at Yi Xuanyang. "If I say that I can defend my title this time, will you believe me?" All of a sudden, Yi Xuanyang seemed to have returned to 2 years ago and recalled the fear of being dominated by Jiang Shao. Yi Xuanyang nodded repeatedly and said, "I believe you. I believe you this time." While they were talking, Another bus drove in, and the voices outside the door changed too. Most of them were cheers. Jiang Shao turned around and saw a rather familiar national flag on the bus through the crowd of foreign reporters. Huh? The host team? The Nation of Will? Jiang Shao was all too familiar with this flag. The runner-up of the previous World Cup, the European Shield, was from the Nation of Will. Besides, he had also encountered players from the Nation of Will in the previous Elite Star Pet Trainer Invitational. Among the welcoming crowd outside, there were more local citizens of the Nation of Will. Amidst the cheers, the bus slowly stopped, and the national team members of the Nation of Will alighted. However, as they walked down, the atmosphere in the courtyard changed. Jiang Shao felt that this group of people seemed to want to eat him up. They really had a grudge against him. Shouldn't their eyes be blue and brown? Did they all get jealous? The team members of the Nation of Will looked extremely unfriendly. They looked at Jiang Shao, who was surrounded by reporters, and took the lead to enter the hotel under the guidance of the leader. Although there was no verbal or physical conflict, the scene just now was witnessed by everyone, and everyone was well aware of it. Jiang Shao sighed secretly. In Huaxia, he was put on a pedestal and had a large number of fans supporting him. After all, Jiang Shao was a person who had won glory for his country. However, overseas, especially for the participating players from these strong countries, Jiang Shao was a target. It was not an exaggeration to call him the public enemy. In the past 2 years, all the players from all the countries had been studying everything about Jiang Shao frantically under the reprimand of their coaches. They were not stupid. They all knew that Jiang Shao would definitely participate in the World Cup again in 2 years. Naturally, among the subjects of these players' research, Jiang Shao would be the most important. They were all in their 20s and were favored by the heavens. Which one of them did not have their own pride? Which one of them was not hot-blooded? Which one of them was not competitive? Jiang Shao could empathize with their feelings, but he could not understand their situation. Come to think of it, these players who were preparing for the World Cup should have been living in Jiang Zhao's shadow, and training day and night, of course. Yi Xuanyang saw this scene too. Under the questioning of a group of foreign reporters, her Mandarin was very pleasant and attracted Jiang Zhao's attention. Xiaopi, it seems that you're in a very bad situation. If I'm not mistaken, many players from different countries have made you their target. Jiang Shao put his arm around Lu Yang and said, "Everyone is not young anymore. I think it's better for them to find some practical targets to chase after." Lu Yang's mouth was agape. He knew Jiang Zhao's style and had seen it on television before. However, at this moment, he was standing next to Jiang Shao, and they were in the same frame. Yet, this bandit actually said such arrogant words. It was simply too damn cool. While they were talking, another bus drove in with a star-spangled flag on it. Yi Xuanyang was a little worried and said, due to the limitations of the city area, the number of police officers, and the current situation of the dimensional space opening in Balan City, there will be teams from 5 to 6 countries staying in the same hotel. I hope that all the players will remain calm and not get into any conflicts before the game. Before Yi Xuanyang finished speaking, the team of players from the United States had already squeezed over. Unlike the players from the country of Will, the team of players from the country of Will had formed a line and bypassed the reporters before entering the hotel. However, the team of players from the United States did not seem to have any intention of taking a detour. Instead, they pushed through the crowd and walked towards the main entrance of the hotel. How could the ordinary reporters be a match for the elite Star Warriors? Due to the crowd, the reporters kept retreating. Dong, a player from the United States who was supposed to brush past them, bumped Lu Yang's shoulder hard with his shoulder. Lu Yang was dumbfounded. He then understood what was going on, and his face turned sullen. Damn it. Even if you want to bump into someone, you have to be right. The public enemy is over there. Why did you bump into me? Before Lu Yang could finish complaining, the second player from the United States team bumped into Lu Yang in the same way. Jiang Shao frowned slightly. At the next moment, his body flickered, and he stood directly in front of the leading player from the United States. At this moment, the reporters in the courtyard hurriedly raised their cameras and swarmed forward like sharks that had smelled blood. Jiang Shao pressed his forehead against the forehead of a black man with curly hair and said, "Don't you look where you're going?" The black young man also pressed his forehead against him and said, "Don't block my way." Seeing that something was amiss, Liu Yang hurriedly looked at the Chinese camera, grabbed the lens with both hands, and retreated to the side. The true brother of the Tianjin thugs used his big face to block the cameras of the national live broadcast. He said, "It's the World Cup. It's so fun." All of a sudden, many question marks popped up on the screen of the live webcast. The bandits are in trouble, and the thugs are providing support. Remember this big face. This is the face that's trying to save the image of the little toxic healer. I'm leaving first and going to watch the live broadcast of the foreign media. Chapter 884. In front of the fierce-looking, curly-haired black man was Jiang Shao, who looked equally menacing. However, under the buzz cut, the little toxic healer's ferocious appearance and aura seemed a little childlike. Jiang Shao said, "I'm just blocking your way." "So what? Why don't you do it?" The black youth suddenly changed his style. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, and said, "I just touched your teammate. Are you Chinese so fragile? Are you going to complain to your mother because it hurts just by touching him?" Jiang Shao pressed his forehead against the black young man's and took a step forward. "You'll know when you try." Although Jiang Shao was a medical support, he was still half a step into the Star Sea realm, and his physical fitness was above the standard. Although he might not be comparable to a combat awakened of the same level, he still managed to force the black young man to take a step back. The black young man happened to be a rules awakened, so Jiang Shao was not at a disadvantage in terms of strength. The black young man sneered and said, "You're provoking me. Can I interpret it that way?" "Yes, I'm provoking you." Jiang Shao said, "You can't leave anymore. Why don't you self-destruct and follow in Senior's footsteps? You might be able to cause me some trouble." Senior was, of course, the lunatic from the previous batch, George Starr. Compared to the previous cohort, the American team members this time were in a good state of mind. There were no such people. "You piece of sh*T. The black young man cursed fiercely and took a step forward with his forehead against Jiang Shao's. Jiang Shao said, "Do it. Hurry up and do it. I can't wait any longer. I need a reason." The two elites, who could represent their countries and stand on the World Cup, were like primary school students bickering with each other, not giving way to each other. However, neither of them was stupid, and neither of them really made a move. After that, Jiang Zhao's words were like American advertising slogans that continuously encouraged and boosted the black youth's morale. Jiang Shao shouted, "Do it. Do it. Just do it." This sudden surge of passion even made the black youth a little dumbfounded. The leader of China squeezed through the American team behind him and hurriedly pulled Jiang Shao away. On the other side, the leader of the United States also hurriedly stepped forward. Initially, the leader of the United States was still indulging his team and seemed to be looking forward to what would happen next. However, the leader of China had arrived. Worried that his team would be at a disadvantage, the leader of the United States hurriedly stepped forward too. The students from both sides quickly separated, and Jiang Shao was pushed to the side of the Huaxia bus. Not far away, the Chinese cameraman tried to pull, but Liu Yang was too strong and almost broke the camera. "Bro, it's all right. It's almost done." The cameraman looked at Liu Yang with a long face. "Huh?" Liu Yang looked around and saw that Jiang Shao had already left the crowd. He hurriedly walked over. When the big face left the camera, there was another round of cursing on the bullet screen of the live webcast. "This brother is really not bad. Before I go to watch the video from the foreign media, please allow me to say this. Liu Yang, F***CKU. I love you, Liu Yang. Can you chop off your head and give it to me?" Yi Xuanyang was speechless and followed along with the cameraman. However, the Chinese team leaders stopped them, and the interview came to an end. After checking into the hotel, a bunch of people squeezed into Jiang Zhao's room. The 6 to 7 team leaders took turns to persuade Jiang Shao. "You're the defending champion, and he's just a captain. You could take on 8 captains like him. Why are you getting into a conflict with him outside the arena?" Jiang Shao looked upset. "They're obviously here for me. They squeeze through the crowd just to bump into me. They're provoking me. Do you want me to cower? Is that my character? The leader of the individual competition, Gong Jiren, looked like he was going crazy. He yelled, "Don't you know how shameless these Westerners are? Believe it or not, they'll disqualify you from the competition because you can breathe." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Gong Jiren had an exasperated look like he expected better from him and opened his mouth to say, "You calm down properly for me. Think about it. Just stay in the room. We'll bring you dinner." Jiang Shao pursed his lips and said, "Okay." On this day, the actions of the Chinese and American captains had spread all over the world, adding some spice to the World Cup. On Jiang Zhao's Weibo, the bloody truth was laid out in front of everyone. Jiang Shao was indeed the public enemy of the world. As early as when Jiang Shao participated in the Elite Star Pet Trainer Invitational last year, the domestic Weibo had already been open to the world. After the photos of the conflict between Jiang Shao and the captain of the American team, Tornado, were published, Jiang Zhao's Weibo was also invaded. A large number of foreign netizens entered Jiang Zhao's Weibo and spat at him. Isn't China known as the land of etiquette? Fight. Go ahead and fight. Trash that only knows how to make noise. The world champion is like a child. He's just a clown. It was time to let the foreign netizens feel the fear of being dominated by the Chinese netizens. Wow, what a great battle. Let me finish eating this bun first. Come on. The way they talk is so interesting. Is it because I flipped? Why did they say that Shrimpy's head is like a half-peeled kiwi? Ha 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 ha, so cute. I can't even bear to scold them back. I'm so nervous. It's my first time scolding foreigners. How should I control myself? What should I say? You guys, who do you think you are? Did I go too far? What if they cry after being scolded? Once again, it was proven that we didn't connect to the internet to protect ourselves, but to protect the netizens of other countries. The verbal confrontation between China and the foreigners was not on the same level at all. The Chinese netizens seemed to be looking at a group of children who had just learned how to speak. When he woke up the next morning, Jiang Shao opened his Weibo and looked at his latest status. There were 170,000 comments below, which gave Jiang Shao a shock. Jiang Shao thought about it and decided not to turn off the comment function. Since it was the Doomsday World Cup, why not have an apocalyptic carnival? The apocalyptic carnival in Jiang Zhao's mind was playing out on Weibo and in reality. On June 28th, the much-anticipated lot drawing ceremony was finally held. Due to the global environment, the World Cup was not only held a month later than the previous one, but there were also fewer students participating in the team competition and individual competition. There were 652 contestants from more than 113 countries and regions participating in the individual competition in the previous World Cup. In this World Cup, there were a total of 514 contestants from 82 countries and regions that had qualified for the individual competition, which was 100 fewer than the previous World Cup. Although the number of contestants had decreased, it did not mean that the competition was less exciting. Instead, it meant that the level of the contestants was higher. The main reason for this was that some small countries had retreated. The excitement of the competition would not be reduced. On the contrary, most countries had the same purpose for the Doomsday World Cup, and that was to give confidence to their own people and even the rest of the world through repeated victories. Even if their skills were inferior to others, they had to let the people of their country see the elegance and tenacity of the Star Warrior profession. In this bizarre world, the Star Warrior itself was a special weapon that could even affect the survival of a country. Therefore, in this year's World Cup, there were many students who came with big names. Of course, no matter how famous the students of those countries were, they could not compare to the toxic healer of China. Terminator of the Gods. Legendary support. Toxic healer of China. Defending champion. Any name he casually brought out would be enough to shake the world. It's here. In the small auditorium, Liu Yang sat on a chair and put his arm around Jiang Zhao's shoulder while looking at the big screen in front of him. A man with a buzz cut appeared, wearing a gold, red, and white sportswear, carrying a giant sword, and grinning brightly. The Red Star flag was fluttering in the upper right corner of the portrait. Ah, Jiang Shao responded casually. Everyone in the small auditorium looked at Jiang Shao, but he did not even raise his head. It was not that Jiang Shao was being pretentious. Okay, maybe a little. However, in fact, Jiang Shao was holding onto the sportswear that had just been distributed and looking at the number on it. 1. Number 1. What did that mean? It meant that Jiang Shao was ranked first in the internal ranking competition of the national team. It also meant that Jiang Shao was the captain of the national team. Number 1 used to belong to Home Mingming. At the thought of Home Mingming, Jiang Shao couldn't help but feel emotional. The once arrogant and conceited Sister P had already been trained by his second last to be an excellent soldier who was disciplined and obedient. At this moment, she had already entered the Starfall stage and could even shoot dragons with the withered bow. However, the side effects were a little severe. After shooting the arrow, she would fall asleep like a pig. Wow, you're not bad, Liu Yang said while patting Jiang Zhao's shoulder. Enemies are bound to meet. Huh. Jiang Shao held onto the number 1 sportswear in his hand and looked up, only to see a beautiful girl on the right side of the frame. Her long, honey blonde hair was scattered over her shoulders, and the blue and white sportswear accentuated her impressive figure. She had a sweet smile on her fair and tender face, and her blue eyes were filled with joy. On the upper right corner of her portrait, there was a flag with stars and stripes flying high. Alice? Her appearance was indeed worthy of that name. It's a pity that she's not their captain, Wu Haoyang said with a sigh, looking rather regretful. God Pi, this is Sister Angel. You have to go easy on her. Otherwise, you'll incur the wrath of the public, a slender but frivolous girl said from the other side of the aisle. Jiang Shao turned around, only to see a pretty short-haired girl. She was a female soldier of the Xiangnan Military Academy, Zhang Xiao. Just like Yi Qing Shun, Zhang Xiao was also a support. In this World Cup, the Chinese national team had a total of 3 medical assistants, which was a new record. This female soldier king, how should I put it? She came from the very strict Xiangnan Military Academy. She should be a senior who has been disciplined to the point that her back is straight, but before she even graduated, she already feels like a ruffian. No matter how I look at it, she doesn't look like she's in tune. She pursed her lips, and the only thing missing was a straw in her mouth. She looked very carefree. In the national team, she only had a few words with Jiang Shao and Yi Qingchen. She didn't pay much attention to others. Jiang Shao smiled and said, I've long incurred the wrath of the public. Everyone who sees me wants to step on me and dream of killing a god. Do I care about that? Zhang Xiao couldn't help but laugh out loud with a haughty expression. Hee. Jiang Shao turned to look at the big screen and said, I've wanted to touch her wings for a long time. I have a teammate, Gu Shuren, who has a star technique that requires wings and feathers in order to be used. When I go on stage, I'll touch it properly. If it feels good, I'll find a way to import a few star beads for Gu Shuren too. Zhang Xiao was speechless. She was the legendary Sister Angel, a famous figure in the American team. The origin of her nickname was because of her star technique. Alice could really summon a pair of pure white wings. Her star technique was not of the ice and fire element, but of the holy light element. Her star technique was very similar to that of medical assistants, but the effects of her star technique were completely different. She was a violent archangel. Come to think of it, don't they say that girls are angels with broken wings? Why does she have both wings? Jiang Shao stroked his chin and thought to himself, why don't I give her a helping hand? Chapter 885. As Jiang Zhao's opponent was confirmed, the comments on the live streaming platform of Yang Ma were extremely dense. My heart hurts. She's so strong, beautiful, and is such a good figure. This world is so unfair. Don't be sad. She'll be beaten black and blue by God Pi soon. It's not scary to be beaten black and blue. There are always winners and losers in a fight. I'm just afraid that the toxic healer will make Sister Angel too embarrassed to face anyone. I'm suddenly in a much better mood. Heart, Alice posted on Twitter. Hurry up and take a look. This archangel is up to no good. In fact, Alice was already dumbfounded as soon as the list of opponents appeared. She sat in the small auditorium where the national team gathered and held her forehead with one hand while looking at the screen in front of her. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. Did I win? There were a total of 514 contestants, and I actually became 1/513. The teammates around Alice cheered her on, and even the teacher in charge of the team gave her a round of encouragement. A young Caucasian man yelled, "Damn it! Why didn't I get him? Alice, your chance to become a god is here." The teammates also chimed in. "Kill him." "Yes, Alice, you've been playing against him for 2 years. Kill him." Damn it, I want to beat him up." Alice's sweet face was a little stiff. She squeezed out a smile and coldly looked at her teammates around her. When the opponent was still unknown, these people held their breath and did not speak. However, when the opponent was announced, these people suddenly came to life. Every one of them was so excited that they fought to beat up the little toxic healer. However, there was one thing that was true. All the students present who wanted to get a good ranking or even aim for the championship had already treated Jiang Xiao as their imaginary enemy after the previous World Cup ended. They had also trained hard for 2 years to deal with him. Next to her, a young black man with glasses suddenly spoke. He was sitting very far away, 3 empty seats away from Alice. When he saw the result of the battle, and then saw Alice's unnatural expression, the curly-haired young man spoke in a low voice. "Alice." The black young man pushed up the glasses on the bridge of his nose, looked at the big screen in front of him, and said softly, "Huh." Alice turned her head and saw the young Pride Black nicknamed Big Hammer. Blake said softly, "Say something." As he spoke, Blake stood up and walked out from the other side, telling the leader that he wanted to go to the toilet. Alice pondered for a while and also stood up. She greeted the leader and walked out of the small auditorium. At the door of the restroom, she saw the 195 centimeters tall, sturdy black youth wearing the number 27 basketball jersey and rimless glasses. Alice walked into the bathroom, went to the sink, and turned on the tap. As she washed her hands, she looked at Pride Black, who was leaning against the door and observing the corridor through the mirror. Blake said softly, "We've been wrapped in white lies since we were young. Our country, our society, and all the people around us are constantly telling us that we could be anyone and do anything if we want to." As he spoke, Blake turned to look at Alice and continued, "It turns out that it's difficult for us to be anyone and do everything." Alice frowned slightly. With such an expression on her beautiful and enchanting face, people couldn't help but want to reach out and smooth her frown. Blake said, "That's for you." Alice's frown deepened. Blake pushed up his glasses and whispered, "Captain had a conflict with him when we checked into the hotel previously. I believe you've seen Zhang's battle with George Stark countless times in the previous tournament. So, it's impossible for Zhang to have any good impression of our country's members." Alice was slightly taken aback. Did he mean? Blake said, "There's only a future if you survive, especially in the current environment. Losing everyone, especially a star warrior like you, will be a huge loss for us. Your opponent has already been determined. Now, I suggest you adjust your goals and put aside victory for now. Survive first." Alice's expression gradually softened, and a faint smile appeared on her face. She looked at Blake in the mirror and said, "You know, if you say such things to others, you'll be kicked in the ass." Blake shrugged his shoulders and said, "If you really study him for so long, you'll know that he's amenable to coaxing but not coercion. Don't make you pay for what others do." The smile on Alice's face widened, and she said, "I know your hidden identity, and I also know why you joined the national team. You've been choosing the players you like, right? However, the assessment is a two-way affair. Do you know if you'll gain or lose points in my heart after saying those words to me?" Blake said, "You're different from them. I like your humility, which is a rare quality in the entire team. I also like players who have a long-term vision, are wise, and can see the situation clearly." As soon as he finished speaking, Blake turned around and left. Alice silently turned off the tap and reached for the wall. She pulled out a few pieces of tissue from the paper box and wiped her hands. More than 10 seconds later, she took out her mobile phone from her pocket and sent a tweet. This is the greatest crisis and the most difficult challenge I've encountered in my life. God help me. At the same time, in the small auditorium, A.O. Shing Blake looked at the tweet on his mobile phone and nodded in satisfaction. Since it was a two-way assessment, Alice's actions were also a form of affirmation for him. When Blake saw the content of Alice's tweet, his smile became even more obvious. He thought that she would say the same words he had said to her just now, but he didn't expect her to be more tactful. It didn't matter, as long as it was effective. Unsurprisingly, there was a group of at Jiang Xiaoba mischievous or not below the tweet. Such a message should be able to be passed on. Of course, it didn't matter even if it couldn't be passed on. There were still the pre-match interviews and the trash talk during the competition. Most importantly, Blake needed Alice to correct her thinking and understand the situation. He had been observing this archangel who could transform into a martial artist when she was at the peak of the galaxy stage for a long time and had always been eager to recruit her. There was no doubt that she would become the overlord of Galaxy in a few years. The names of the individual matches were released, but the people in the small auditorium of the Chinese team did not leave. Instead, they continued to watch the drawing ceremony for the team competition. That was the highlight of the event. Everyone did not leave immediately. On one hand, they were paying attention to the situation of the players from the neighboring countries. On the other hand, there was also a student who was also participating in the team competition. Jiang Xiao was considered a pioneer in participating in two competitions in one World Cup. Not only was it unprecedented, but might also be unprecedented in the future. After all, people said that this was the Doomsday World Cup. It's here, it's here. Who took this photo? Why is it so cool? Damn, this Gu Shuren. His neck is tilted. Does he have a stiff neck? The sounds of discussion filled the air, and Jiang Xiao could not help but laugh. In the team competition's character portrait, Gu Shi appeared in the center position and stood at the front with his head tilted to one side and a cheeky smile on his face. He seemed to match Zhang Xiao very well. He was just short of having a straw in his mouth. Jiang Xiao was very sure that if he could, Gu Shi would want to have a cigarette in his mouth. Jiang Xiao and Xia Yin stood behind Gu Shi, which was also above him. In the team's photo, Jiang Xiao did not smile like a silly, sunny child in order to match the team's aura. Instead, he pursed his lips and smiled like Xia Yin. In fact, they even seemed to be a good match. Han Jiangxue stood with her hands behind her back in the last row, which was also at the top. She was dressed in a gold, red, and white national team uniform that added a lot of warmth to her cold aura. Oh, team! Bang! Liu Yang slapped Jiang Xiao on the shoulder with a pained expression, as if he was even more infuriated than Jiang Xiao. Did you not check the almanac before you went out? You're going to face the Archangel of the United States in the individual competition and the Iron Legion of the Russian Federation in the team competition. Jiang Xiao grimaced in pain and shook off the palm on his shoulder before looking at Liu Yang in disdain. What's the almanac? I think such a matchup is very normal. Believe me, why don't you go and look through the list of matchups in the previous World Cup? Liu Yang muttered. All of a sudden, everyone thought of Jiang Zhao's terrifying opponents in the previous World Cup. They were all captains and gods. He faced 9 opponents in 9 rounds, and only the host country gave him warmth once. When Jiang Xiao accepted the warmth, he was still trembling in fear. Throughout the entire World Cup, Jiang Xiao could be said to have encountered one obstacle after another. The young man from Kainan province, ethereal of the Nepal tribe, said, I think the Russian Federation should be even more annoyed. They've already encountered a seeded team in the first round. Zhang Xiao covered her mouth and chuckled. God Pai, all the best. Give our guests from afar a huge gift, a tour of the apocalypse. Jiang Xiao was speechless. The chief leader, Gong Jiren, walked up to the stage and said, Dismissed. Return to your respective rooms and wait in 10 minutes. We will assign coaches to your rooms for special coaching and study your opponents together with you. Now, return to your rooms immediately. Everyone bade farewell and left the small auditorium. When they dispersed, I Ching-chen's soft voice sounded behind Jiang Xiao. All the best, Pippi. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. Are you close to me now? Didn't you just call me God Pie a few days ago? Did I get demoted just like that? Jiang Shao grinned and felt that he should be more dignified and at least pretend to be more impressive so that he wouldn't look like a younger brother everywhere he went in the future. After returning to his room, Jiang Shao contacted his teammates for the team competition and waited patiently for the arrival of the coaches. In the end, half an hour passed and no one came. Jiang Shao felt that he had been abandoned. There were less than 20 members of the coaching team, and they were assigned to special coaching. Of course, there would be some in front and some at the back. Jiang Shao felt that he should be qualified enough. So, these coaches are especially assured of me? I don't need any coaching anymore. Feeling bored, Jiang Shao scrolled through Weibo and was already indifferent to the large number of ads. With the start of the World Cup, Jiang Zhao's popularity continued to increase, and he was being at S crazily every day. Even without the World Cup, Jiang Zhao's popularity was still there. However, Yi Xuanyang asked Jiang Shao a question in the special attention list. Jiang Shao clicked on it too. This special attention list was also obtained by Yi Xuanyang through various channels and channels last night. She made it clear that she would broadcast every single one of Jiang Zhao's matches in the World Cup, be it the individual competition or the team competition. She would accompany him throughout the journey. Yi Xuanyang also indicated that Jiang Shao could choose not to answer her questions, but if he was interested, he could consider replying to her. Jiang Shao did not hesitate too much. Jiang Shao felt that he should build a good relationship with Yi Xuanyang. Yi Xuanyang was no longer the new celebrity. In the past 2 to 3 years, she had already secured her position. As an influential media personality and the face of the officials, it would be greatly beneficial for Jiang Shao if she could put in a few good words for him. In addition, Yi Xuanyang had been live-streaming Jiang Zhao's competition since high school, all the way to university and the World Cup. She even did a one-on-one interview with Jiang Shao, and they had a good chat in private. Hence, Jiang Shao agreed to her request. During Yi Xuanyang's question, Jiang Shao finally saw Alice's Twitter post that Yi Xuanyang had paraphrased. It seemed to be a new tweet that Alice posted after the results of the match were announced. Yi Xuanyang. Is he being humble or showing weakness? Alice seems to be placing his fate in God's hands by asking for God's blessing. At Jiang's Iopia, what do you think of this? Do you think God will bless Alice in the upcoming competition? Jiang Shao pondered for a moment, scratched his head, and tapped on the screen of his mobile phone gently. I don't know if God will bless him. That's their belief. We Chinese people are unwilling to leave our fate to fate. We don't have the same concept. In their belief and mythological system, the tinder seems to have been stolen from the gods. In our myths and legends, it's obtained by striking rocks against rocks and drilling wood. It's not just the tinder, it's the same for other things too. If the world is chaotic, we'll split it with an axe. If there's too much sun, we'll shoot it down with an arrow. If there's a mountain in the way, we'll move it away. If there's a sea in the way, we'll fill it up. Rather than waiting for God's blessing and pity, we'd rather believe in ourselves and take our fate into our own hands. See you on the field. Below this reply, the number of comments was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. He's indeed a top student of Beijing Star Warrior University. These words are so King, comfortable. Naughty. God. Might. Marshall. Stop bragging. This kid skipped straight from year 1 to year 3. He didn't even take the college entrance examination and was directly sent to Beijing Star Warrior University. He didn't study for many years at all. He's almost a junior high school student now. Jiang Zhao's face stiffened when he saw the comment. Chapter 886. Cheers for the Alliance Master who smashed your chest with a hammer. There was one more chapter left at 2030, and he was working hard to edit it. To Jiang Zhao's surprise, his reply to Yi Xuanyang's question on Weibo yesterday would be published on CCTV News the next day. Not only was it broadcasted on the Star Warriors World Cup, but it was also broadcasted on the morning news of the General Channel. Jiang Zhao's Weibo exploded again. Regardless of whether he really had a junior high education or not, his words attracted a lot of fans. Of course, there were also some negative effects. Many people did not like such sharp words. The thousand-year cultural heritage and upbringing, as well as the overall ethos of Chinese society, made people look forward to the defending champion keeping a low profile and keeping a low profile. Jiang Shao was merely stating the facts. He did not want people to be arrogant, but he did not want them to belittle themselves either. At this moment, in the Finching base of China, Beijing, the Tail Feather Regiment and a group of bay soldiers were in a conference hall, watching the big screen in front of them while waiting for the first match of the Chinese team. Jiang Shao was a member of the Tail Feather Regiment. Due to his presence, the Finching base organized for the soldiers who were resting to watch the competition. It was also a form of relaxation. When Jiang Shao, who was dressed in the sportswear of the national team, appeared in front of the camera, the entire conference hall fell silent. However, the commanding officer said, "What are you all standing there for?" Immediately afterwards, there was a burst of laughter in the conference hall, and the soldiers who were sitting upright also relaxed. As Jiang Shao carried the giant swords on his back and waved at the camera, the soldiers in the hall applauded and whistled. On the left side of the screen, the words that Jiang Shao said yesterday were displayed on Mother Yang's broadcast screen. "This kid, I'm going." Shadow Crow couldn't help but grimace and read Jiang Zhao's words on the screen. "I thought he was domineering enough in our team, but it seems that I was too naive." Fu Hei laughed and elbowed Li Yishu beside him. "He's fulfilling your expectations for him." The night before Jiang Shao left, the members of the Tail Feather Regiment consoled Jiang Shao. Li Yishu also told Jiang Shao that Bell could only heal a few people in the team, but the victory in the World Cup could inspire millions of people. Li Yishu nodded and said, "He knows very well what he's doing, and he's been doing it. Maybe that's why he's participating in the World Cup." The Heavenly Hound crossed his arms and said in a deep voice, "If it's coupled with a victory, this idea will be even more convincing and deeply rooted in the hearts of the people." A hoarse voice came from behind. "He will definitely win." Second last made the final decision and hoped that it wasn't just a beautiful wish. On the television, the host, Yi Xuanyang, said, "I believe everyone is familiar with Jiang Xiaopi. 2 years later, the defending champion has returned. I hope he can successfully defend his title." Million, do you see anything different about Shrimpy this year? Obviously, Yang Ma's host had changed again. Million, it was a more affectionate form of address for colleagues. Million was just his name. His surname was Qian. It was a very down-to-earth name, and it probably represented the wishes of his family. Qian Baiwan's voice was agitated and infectious. Dual-wielding. Jiang Xiaopi actually picked up a dual-wielding sword. We all know that the giant sword is a two-handed weapon. Is Jiang Xiaopi going to wield a two-handed weapon, or is he just using it as a backup weapon? Yi Xuanyang nodded and said, "Indeed. Unfortunately, we haven't obtained too many internal training videos of the national team. Hence, we're not clear about Jiang Xiaopi's current routine. However, we do know a lot about the American contestant. Here's the thing." Qian Baiwan lowered his head and looked at the information on the table. Alice Johnson, Rules Awakened, star power at the peak of the galaxy realm. Her star map is that of an archangel holding a star and a moon. She has 29 star slots. She's a very strong opponent, an all-rounder who fights with her brain. Qian Baiwan then turned to look at Yi Xuanyang and said, "The contestants in the World Cup are all geniuses, but Alice is a genius among geniuses. Rumor has it that she has already touched the threshold of star transformation when she was at the peak of the galaxy realm. I'm afraid she's the only one among the contestants in the individual competition. Not to mention the students of this year's World Cup. How many star warriors in the world would be able to reach the threshold of star martial arts when they were at the peak of the galaxy stage? Who can master the mysterious ability of star transformation in the galaxy realm? That's terrifying." The star transformation martial art at the galaxy stage not only showed her wisdom, but also showed her deep understanding of her own star chart. She's not recognized as the best in the American team, but she's ranked in the middle. However, everyone thinks that she's never exerted her full strength because she didn't want to compete for the captain's position. According to the information, She can summon the stars and moon to judge her enemies. Yeah, Yi Xuanyang sighed softly. At present, it seems that Jiang Xiaopi is still following the pattern of the previous World Cup. The contestants he's facing are all very strong. Qin Baiwan felt that something was amiss and hurriedly pulled her back. Of course, our defending champion, Jiang Xiaopi, is also a dragon among men. With his blessing and silence, he's taken the path of being an assistant. Oh. The contestants from both sides have already entered. Let's hear if there's any pre-match communication segment. The pre-match communication segment was also known as the trash-talking segment. There were no clear standards or rules for turning on the microphone or not, and it was all up to the preferences of the organizers. Hello, Jiang Xiaopi, Alice said in fluent Mandarin, causing Jiang Xiao to be stunned. Jiang Xiao scratched his head and said, nice to meet you too. Alice switched back to English and said with a smile, I only know this sentence. In order to correct my pronunciation, I've practiced for a long time. Jiang Xiao nodded and said, I heard that you're the only contestant who can turn star transformation into martial arts this year. Seems like I've hit the jackpot. Alice shrugged her shoulders and said, about this, we have the same idea. I think I've hit the jackpot too since I got you. When Alice said the words agree of opinion, she stressed them, as if there was more to them than met the eye. Jiang Xiao blinked and said, so, will you use your archangel to judge me? Alice nodded seriously and said, yes, I will as soon as I get the chance. Jiang Xiao grinned and said, you have to use it carefully then. I'm a dream chaser, so the stars and the moon favor me very much. Alice smiled and looked at Jiang Xiao from afar. What about you? You'll silence me and bless me, right? Will you stab my heart right away? Jiang Xiao pursed his lips and nodded silently. The pre-match trash-talking segment had been switched on, and their words were heard all over the world. The audience was a little dumbfounded. Although it might be a smokescreen before the competition, but isn't the communication between the two of them a little too sincere? Alice tucked her blonde hair behind her ear, lowered her head, and smiled. Good luck to both of us, my opponent. Jiang Xiao casually pulled out a giant sword from behind his back and dragged it on the lawn behind him. He then took a step forward and looked at Alice in the distance. Are the students on both sides ready? The referee raised the small flag high and carried a miniature microphone. His voice was transmitted to the ears of both parties through the loud noise in the green arena. Jiang Zhao's eyes were bloodshot. In the sky, dark clouds gathered and covered the sky, adding a solemn atmosphere to the arena. Alice looked at the sky thoughtfully and nodded silently. The referee looked at Jiang Xiao again and asked, China number 1, are you ready? Jiang Xiao felt that the dark clouds were almost there, so he nodded gently. The referee quickly waved the small flag in his hand. Beep, beep, whoosh. At the instant the whistle sounded, it began to drizzle. Cleansing tear plus wound tear plus field tear. The 3 tiers were mixed, and each type of rainwater had its own function. However, Jiang Xiao mainly needed the purifying effect of the cleansing tear. Almost at the same time, Alice's body moved agilely, obviously consciously dodging the blessing, and around her body, pieces of white feathers were scattered. The white feathers were very wide, and each piece seemed to have been meticulously carved and looked extremely exquisite. To be able to represent a strong country and participate in the individual competition meant that they all had their own system. There was no need to doubt this. Pieces of white feathers covered the entire arena, and Alice's speed had obviously increased qualitatively. The white feather domain seemed to be similar to Saito Shinji's Sakura domain from Japan. However, in the hands of different people, the effects were different. Alice did not intend to charge forward. Instead, she merely increased her speed, dodged attacks, and purified the polluted area through the enhancement of the white feather domain. Such a star technique had never appeared in the previous World Cup. It seemed that with the opening of a large number of dimensional spaces, many star warriors had become beneficiaries. At the same time, a bright star quietly appeared and lit up the arena that was covered in dark clouds. A beam of light shone towards Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao raised his hand abruptly and threw out the sound of silence. In the domain, Alice's movement was essentially high speed, but it was as if she had teleported and dodged the sound of silence. At the same time, the star map on her body opened up, and a huge, six-winged angel floated out with a star in its left hand and a moon in its right. So, is she an angel or a fly? Clearly, Alice was also consciously dodging Jiang Zhao's attack while moving at high speed. There was no pattern to her movement at all. She moved left and right and flew up and down like a headless fly. It seemed that in the past 2 years, all his opponents had done a lot of research on Yu Jiangshao and knew very well how they should fight. Jiangshao, who was in the tier domain, could sense her movement and couldn't help but secretly applaud. Not bad. Back when Shadow Crow activated the Blade of Desperation, Jiangshao managed to intercept Shadow Crow with the help of the tier field and the Blade of Desperation. He managed to drag Shadow Crow's ankle out of its grasp. However, Jiangshao did not act rashly when facing Alice, who had no pattern to speak of. Instead, he increased the output of the tier domain. Bang! Jiangshao took a step back and dodged the beam of starlight. The beam of starlight shone on the green grass and blasted a hole in the soil. Jiangshao cast several shots of Sound of Silence in a row and looked at the archangel dancing rapidly in the sky. At this moment, a translucent white defensive shield had been activated on her body, and 2 long and thick wings had already spread out behind her. Most people couldn't see her movements or even the trajectory of her movements, but Jiangshao could sense her wet long hair and see her shocked and angry face through the tier domain. Jiangshao used to be like a warrior who challenged a dragon and fought his way to the top of the world. At this moment, Jiangshao had already become that dragon. This chapter has been updated, and there's one more chapter at 2030. I'm still working hard to revise it. Chapter 887. To Alice, the slightest carelessness would cause her to lose everything. Her expression was the best explanation of her current situation. Jiangshao was still calm and composed. He simply pressed Bell to his chest with one hand and dodged the bombardment of the starlight again and again like he was taking a stroll in the park. If he could dodge, he would definitely not take a single step. He seemed to be waiting for an opportunity. There were more and more stars hanging in the sky, and the beams of light from the stars were getting more and more intense. On the surface, Alice seemed to have gained the absolute upper hand. However, the sorrowful tears kept lowering Alice's emotions and burning her stamina every second. What is Jiang Xiaopi waiting for? What is he waiting for? The starlight beams are getting more and more intense. What is Jiang Xiaopi's strategy? The host, Qin Baiwan, asked anxiously. As a qualified toxic milk powder, Qin Baiwan was just like thousands of toxic milk powder who were waiting for Jiang Zhao's counterattack. Even though it had only been 10 seconds since the start of the battle, Qin Baiwan was extremely anxious when he saw that Jiang Shao was dodging the attacks calmly. Yi Xuanyang hurriedly interjected, seemingly trying to calm everyone down. This is the tears of sorrow. If Alice continues to waste her energy like this, she will be exhausted, be it physically or emotionally. Qin Baiwan exclaimed. From the slowed-down footage, we can see that Alice's body is covered with a defensive shield. Can Xiaopi's tears of sorrow penetrate it? It shouldn't be possible, right? Yi Xuanyang hurriedly looked over and saw a frozen image of a girl with long, wide, and large white wings. Her entire body was wrapped in a defensive shield, but her wings were exposed in the rain. Yi Xuanyang thought quickly and said, if the defensive shield can block it, why didn't she retract her wings? Why did she expose her wings to the rain? Won't her wings be tears of sorrow? Qin Baiwan suddenly yelled loudly and rudely interrupted his colleague. However, at this moment, there was no time to care so much. Trial. The Archangel's trial of the stars and moon. Alice finally can't wait any longer. It's only been 20 seconds since the start of the battle. She has already displayed her unique star transformation martial arts. Yi Xuanyang hurriedly looked up at the arena and even stood up agitatedly. Blessings. It's here. Blessings. Ah. Accompanied by Yi Xuanyang's exclamation, an illusory image of a huge angel emerged from Alice's body. It was also at the moment when Alice transformed into a star weapon that she had no choice but to focus. Her body, which had paused for a moment, was instantly enveloped by the light of blessing. Alice, it was an extremely subtle pause. Everything happened in a split second, but Jiang Shao could sense that nothing could be hidden from him. Jiang Shao swung the giant sword violently, and the spinning giant sword left his hand. At the next moment, Jiang Zhao's body instantly appeared in the air above the enemy's half of the battlefield, right in front of Alice. The other giant blade on his back was already in his hand. He slashed down with the blade, and the translucent barrier on Alice's body instantly shattered under the strong green light. Alice's body was sent flying like a cannonball. Star's green glow. The saber could shatter all things. Boom! A loud sound was accompanied by the violent tremors of the artificial defense walls on all four sides of the battlefield. Alice, who had been baptized by the light of blessing, was slammed against the defense wall in a daze of bliss. The back of her head slammed heavily against the defense wall. Not only was she blissfully dizzy, but she was also dizzy due to extreme pain. Jiang Shao had also replaced Alice's previous position, and right in front of Jiang Shao, the huge illusory image of an angel reached down with both hands, the 3 stars in his left hand and the half moon in his right hand wrapped around Jiang Zhao's body. However, Jiang Shao did not care about this noble and majestic angel at all, as if it was nothing. When a person could turn a star into a martial art, as if it was nothing, such a scene was extremely shocking. Jiang Zhao's movements were extremely coherent and his mind was clear. He directly threw out a shot of silence, which was also the last shot of golden silence. Before Alice's body showed any signs of sliding down, the domain of silence had already smashed against the defense wall. This shot of silence was dispensable, but it was a form of insurance. It was impossible for Jiang Shao to make the mistake of underestimating the enemy. In fact, everything that happened at this moment happened when Alice was in a state of near unconsciousness. The speed was also extremely fast. Jiang Shao could totally use platinum silence or diamond silence, but Jiang Shao chose the lowest level of golden silence because he wanted to charge in. Jiang Shao, who was surrounded by the stars and moon, suddenly turned his body sideways at the same time he threw out silence. The rotating giant blade that was thrown out earlier in his own half of the battlefield brushed past Jiang Zhao's chest. Wow! Oh my God, this grasp of timing is too exquisite. Such a miraculous scene caused the audience outside the arena to exclaim in surprise. In the blink of an eye, slash! The shining blade pierced into the chest of the angel who was slammed against the wall, just like what the two of them had said before the match. Will you use your archangel to judge me? Will you use the giant blade to pierce my chest? Slash! The second blade followed. Jiang Zhao's body was surrounded by stars and moons, and his figure flickered to the wall in midair like a ghost. He then stabbed the blade into Alice's lower abdomen again. The stars and moons that represented judgment were very similar to Han Jiangshue's white flames. They could not be dodged by teleportation. Jiang Shao held the handle of the giant blade and slid down from the sky with Alice's body, accompanied by the sound of the blade tearing through the defensive wall. Qin Baiwan's eyes widened, and he said, Is it over? Is it over? Everyone thought that it would be a battle of attrition, but the situation on the battlefield suddenly changed, and the outcome seemed to have been decided in an instant. Yi Xuanyang said in a trembling voice, Did Xiaopi have no choice but to jump into the range of the enemy's star weapon transformation in order to attack? Or did he jump in on purpose? Qin Baiwan covered his head with both hands and said in disbelief, This is the only member who can turn star weapon transformation into a star weapon this year. Yi Xuanyang said, If she didn't choose to turn star weapon transformation into a star weapon and didn't expose any flaws, but chose to continue wandering, maybe the match would still be over. Beep, beep, stop attacking, stop attacking. The referee's body was wrapped in a water ball, and he hurriedly floated over. Seeing that something was amiss, he blew the whistle again. Beep, China number 1 wins. Jiang Xiao wiped his wet face with his left hand and reached out with his right hand to pull out the giant blade that was pierced into Alice's chest and lower abdomen. Ring, 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 the crisp and melodious sound of bell rang, and the bouncing medical light shuttled back and forth between the two of them. On Jiang Xiao's body, the 3 stars and 1 crescent moon were still flying around in a disorderly manner, without any pattern to speak of. They had been entangling Jiang Xiao for a long time and tore holes in his national team uniform. However, they did not leave a single wound on Jiang Xiao's body. They were like a group of clueless parasites that had no idea how to attack Jiang Xiao. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated and Alice opened her eyes abruptly. What made her wake up so quickly was not only the healing of her wounds, but also the unique emotional soothing effect of Bell. Even with the effect of Bell, Alice's eyes still revealed a trace of haziness. In her blurry eyes, a figure surrounded by stars and moons slowly bent down and reached out to her. The voice was faint and seemed to come from the sky. It seems that I'm not guilty. Alice shook her head violently, trying to clear her head. After a moment of clarity, she grabbed Jiang Xiao's palm and slowly stood up. Then the stars and moons that were flying around Jiang Xiao soared into the sky. Alice said softly, "When I really turn star weapon transformation into a star weapon, the effect will not be like this." Jiang Xiao shrugged and said, "There won't be any difference. No matter how good your star weapon transformation is, as long as I don't have any wounds, they won't be able to attack me, right? It's just like a fair and just trial. If I'm not tainted, you won't be able to do anything to me." Alice shook her head and smiled. She looked at the medical team that had left and said, "Seems like I shouldn't have used this move on the domestic stage. If you didn't have the exact information, you would at least be a little more nervous." Alice then picked up Jiang Xiao's wrist and raised it up high. Waves of applause and cheers, mixed with discordant boos, sounded deafening. The 2 wings on Alice's back wrapped around the torn clothes in front of her, and she walked backward out of the green field. She mouthed to Jiang Xiao, "Thank you. I owe you one." Jiang Xiao waved his hand casually and did not say anything. "Actually, I'm a very easygoing person. As long as you don't talk nonsense and don't do anything infuriating, everything will be fine. I'm here to win, not to kill." Jiang Xiao bent down to pick up the giant sword that was scattered on the ground and held it in his hands. He then raised his hands high and gestured to the audience in all directions while slowly leaving the field. As soon as he walked to the edge of the field, a Chinese reporter who had obtained the exclusive interview rights came up to him. "Congratulations, Jiang Xiaopi. I'm He Huan, the reporter who followed you and interviewed you during the World Cup. Congratulations on a great victory. We even saw a Galaxy Stage student turn star weapon transformation into a star weapon. This has never happened in history, but you still won. How are you feeling now? Is there anything you want to say to the people?" Jiang Xiao said, "I'm very excited, but this is only the first match. There's still the next one. Everyone look forward to it." He Huan pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose, feeling a little bewildered. "Did I open it the wrong way? Is this still our little toxic healer? Where's the flirtatious words?" He Huan continued to ask. Then, as the defending champion, "Do you have anything to say to your opponent after winning this match?" Jiang Xiao grinned and looked at the camera. "I heard that you guys have been researching me for 2 years. It's time to test the results of your research. I'm not going anywhere. I'll wait for you guys here." After saying that, Jiang Xiao strode away. He Huan subconsciously grabbed Jiang Xiao's arm, but he hurriedly let go and smiled embarrassedly. Sorry. Then you, feeling rather upset, Jiang Xiao said, "How many more questions do you have? This is the last one. I'm in a hurry to catch a flight to Muhe Market. There's still a team competition tomorrow." He Huan was speechless. I hope everyone can watch to their heart content. Please vote for the Toxic Healer. Top. Chapter 888. Hurry up and interview. Jiang Xiaopi. I want to rush. Jiang Xiaopi. Are you in a hurry to join the team battle? Jiang Xiaopi. The king of idioms appeared again at the bottom of Jiang Zhao's Weibo. At this moment, Jiang Xiao had also happily obtained 100 skill points. Looking at the huge sum of money on the internal star map, he suddenly felt a little itchy. Under the leadership of the national team leader, Jiang Xiao boarded the plane to Muhe City. The flight time from Balan City to Muhe City was about a little more than an hour. Since he had nothing to do anyway, he might as well chop my hands. Wearing a mask and a hat, Jiang Xiao leaned against his seat and suddenly thought of a problem. Those star pets were all dependent on the black and white candle, whose star techniques were collision, chilliness, and light. Those 3-star techniques were all of silver quality. After Little Candle relied on the other star pets also gained the black and white candle star techniques, all of which were of silver quality. Hence, the problem was, do I have to use skill points to increase the level of each star pet star technique? Or should I just directly activate the 3-star techniques of the black and white candle star techniques, and the 3-star techniques of the other star pets will also be upgraded? Jiang Xiao got excited and thought, why don't I give it a try? It's not expensive anyway. Let's do collision then. Well, there seems to be a need for a pause here. Collision, right? Jiang Xiao threw the 100 skill points he had just obtained from the competition into the black and white candle star technique collision. Collision upgraded. Gold quality level 0. Immediately, Jiang Xiao was overjoyed. Not only did the black and white candle flames collision become gold quality level 0, but the other star pets such as the sea-devouring robe, the humming whale, and the humming bear had all upgraded their first star technique collision to gold quality level 0. TSK. Jiang Xiao secretly marveled in his heart. In this case, I have to adjust the positioning of the star pets I absorb in the future. Collision was not just a simple headbutt. Jiang Xiao and the humming bear had practiced together for a long time. Of course, he knew the ability of collision. It was basically equivalent to a headbutt that could bring the star pet's body forward for a distance. Jiang Xiao licked his lips excitedly and thought, in this case, should I look for those massive creatures? He decided to find some creatures that were suitable for using the star technique collision, just like the humming whale. The level of the star technique was one aspect, and the physical fitness of the star beast was also a decisive factor. Under the circumstances that their star techniques were of the same quality, would the effects of Little Candle's face be the same as the humming whale's? In Jiang Zhao's career, the largest creatures he had seen were the dragons and the unique humming whale. Should he choose a dragon as a star pet? However, the dragon race was obviously not a social creature. Moreover, they were very arrogant and conceited. If Little Candle wanted to rely on them safely, it would be too difficult. Crystal dragons were social creatures, but hello. A pleasant female voice sounded, and Jiang Xiao turned around to see a stewardess holding a glass of juice in her hand. She leaned over and handed me not only the juice, but a napkin as well. Thank you. Jiang Xiao hurriedly took it. He still had some doubts in his heart. He didn't want it. Huh? Jiang Xiao saw a phone number on the napkin. Jiang Xiao scratched his head, only to find that he was scratching his cap. I'm still underage. Wait, I seem to be an adult. All right. Jiang Xiao looked at the beautiful lady who was smiling meaningfully. He smiled and put the napkin away, thinking to himself, I'll give it to Gu Shuren when I get to the hotel. All he wanted to say was, what if? In the context of the global crisis, many aspects of the World Cup were a little tense. Just like the situation of the students staying in the hotel for the individual competition, the team competition also had members from 5 countries staying in the same hotel. Unlike the individual competition, the Chinese team was equivalent to the leader in the hotel. The other countries were not strong. Only Tintu was considered to be in the top tier. When Jiang Xiao got off the plane, the teacher was already waiting for him. You're back. Ha, good job, Jiang Xiaopi. Chen Depang, the teacher in charge of the capital city team, drove the rented car and hugged Jiang Xiao excitedly before patting him on the back. That woman can turn stars into martial arts, but I'm really worried. Chen Depeng bade farewell to the team leaders who escorted Jiang Xiao for the individual competition and hurriedly gestured for Jiang Xiao to get into the car. While throwing his school bag into the car, Jiang Xiao grinned and said, "Her semi-finished star transformation can't compare to little Jiangxue at all. She's just famous." Chen Depeng got into the car with a smile and patted the steering wheel. "I'm afraid you're the only one who can say that in this World Cup. How do you feel? How's your physical condition? Our team competition is tomorrow morning, so you don't have much time to rest." "No problem, don't worry," Jiang Xiao replied casually. "Hang in there. There are fewer teams participating in the team competition than in the previous one. You won't be able to walk back and forth more than a few times," Chen Depeng said in a seemingly comforting and encouraging manner. In the previous World Cup, there were a total of 113 countries and regions, with a total of 260 teams participating in the competition. This time, there were only 224 teams participating, which was a total of 36 teams less than the previous one. Some countries would only send one team to participate in the competition. Countries like China that sent 3 teams were mostly powerful countries. The 36 teams that were missing this time represented more than 20 countries that did not participate in the World Cup. Jiang Xiao asked, "Tell me about your opponent's team. I studied them for a long time last night. Are they very tough?" "Ah, the Iron Man Legion. Not only are they tough, but they also have 2 auxiliary star techniques. You guys are in for a good fight." Jiang Xiao smacked his lips and said, "I saw the 2 auxiliary star techniques. I've never seen or heard of them before. They're very threatening." "Okay." While driving, Chen Depeng nodded with a sullen expression and said, "The large-scale opening of the dimensional spaces around the world has resulted in the emergence of a group of star warriors. Those dimensional spaces that were once restricted by the country have become no longer precious and rare. Many very powerful star techniques have also fallen into the hands of this group of elite students." Chen Depeng stretched his arm and took out a stack of documents from the glove compartment of the front passenger seat. He then tossed them to the back seat and continued, "At present, it seems that only a small group of people have benefited. They're the elites of the elites. Most of the ordinary star warriors remain the same. Sister Xiong's bear pattern star technique is very tricky. Previously, I discussed it with Han Jiangxue and decided that you have to seize the initiative with Sister Xiong. The bear pattern star technique lasts for a long time and can completely disrupt the rhythm of your team." Jiang Xiao opened the folder and looked at the star techniques of the elites of the Russian Federation. In fact, he had already seen them the night before. Vika Dante Veselov. Jiang Xiao read the awkward-sounding name. Even if it was translated into Mandarin, it would still be difficult to pronounce. "Forget it. I'll just call her Sister Xiong." Jiang Zhao's gaze also landed on her last star slot. Star technique, bear pattern, platinum quality, imprint, a star technique on others that can be controlled at any time, limited by distance and number of people. The imprint lasts for 15 seconds and is not easily destroyed. Jiang Xiao looked at Sister Xiong's handsome face and said with a smile, "When I first saw her star map, I was thrilled. How did you guys know that her star map is a nesting doll? Her star map hasn't been opened yet, so no one knows if there are other people in it." Chen Depeng smiled and said, "We have to give her star map a name. It looks too similar." Jiang Xiao nodded and continued to flip through the information. "To be honest, compared to this guy's bear pattern star technique, we should pay more attention to their captain's star techniques. So far, you guys still can't provide all his star techniques?" Jiang Zhao's palm was placed on the photo of a mighty young man with short hair. Yevgeny Andreevich Lekik, all the contributors in Minor Actor Building, be careful. I've been typing this name for a long time. Hashtag. There were a total of 3 star slots from the 14-star slot to the 16-star slot, but the information provided by the Chinese national team was filled with question mark. Chen Depeng sighed helplessly and said, "We can't give them out. He hides it well and has never shown his star techniques in front of the world. He's a student who knows how to be patient. Maybe he just wants to soar in the World Cup." "Patient? Haha." Jiang Xiao grinned and thought, "You're talking to me about being patient? I can't even be described as patient anymore." Who can be more patient than me? Okay, Captain Yevgeny, let's compete this time. Let's see who's more despicable. The car slowed down and slowly drove into the underground parking lot of the hotel. As soon as Jiang Shao got out of the car, he heard someone yelling, Jiang Shu, Bullsh asterisk T. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao turned around and saw an East Asian. His skin color and appearance were too unique, and he could tell at a glance that he was from India. Haha, I finally meet you. I'm so excited. Hurry, give me an autograph, the young man said in English with a distinctive Indian accent and ran out of the car with a pen in his hand. When Jiang Shao saw that the young man was fully equipped, he finally realized that he had been ambushed. Looking at the excited Indian young man, Jiang Shao grabbed the marker pen that he handed to him. Come, sign here. Here. The young man took off his coat and revealed a pure white t-shirt. Without hesitation, Jiang Shao asked, What's your name? The young man stroked his hair excitedly, his eyes full of surprise. Asto Singh. Good luck, Asto. While signing in Mandarin, Jiang Shao wondered to himself, the Indians shouldn't have a good impression of me. In the previous World Cup, Jiang Shao beat up the bad-mouthed Indian god of war so badly that he couldn't even take care of himself. He even stabbed him in the chest. What's the name of that brainless guy again? Xiangbai? Zambi? I forgot. I only remember that he's bad-mouthed and uncultured. That idiot actually thought that Jiang Zhao's results were obtained through practice. True gold fears no fire. Jiang Shao hoped that the idiot would use his brain to verify it and not expose his intelligence for the sake of scolding him. Jiang Shao suppressed his doubts and said, How did you sneak in? Be careful when you go out. Don't get caught. Asto was stunned for a moment before speaking with his thick Indian accent. I live here too. Jiang Shao blinked and looked at Asto. Asto blinked and said, I'm also a contestant. I'm representing India. Aren't you going to study your opponent? Jiang Zhao's mouth twitched awkwardly. Of course I'm going to study, but I'm different from you guys. I usually fight tomorrow and study tonight. Who would have thought that Asto would speak first? Yes, you have to participate in 2 competitions. You don't have much time. That must be it. Jiang Shao wrote his Chinese name on the t-shirt in front of his chest and left the underground garage under the lead of the teacher, Chindapang. Behind him, Asto was still shouting, Nice to meet you, Jiang Shaofu. Have a good day. Jiang Shao turned around and waved at Asto with a smile. Looking at his sincere and passionate smile, Jiang Shao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. They're both Indians, but why is there such a huge difference between them? Who is he? Jiang Shao asked softly as he stood in front of the elevator. He's the captain of India's second team, a shield warrior. He's very strong, Chindapang said as he led Jiang Shao into the elevator. They swiped the elevator card and went straight to the 7th floor of the hotel. The 7th floor belongs to our Chinese team, Chindapang said. As the elevator door opened, Jiang Shao saw a shocking scene. He saw the members of the national team and the coaches standing in the corridor in front of the elevator door. When they saw Jiang Shao, they immediately clapped. Hush! The applause and whistles were mixed with congratulatory words. Victory in the first battle. Victory! We're back. You're so cool, Xiaopi. Why didn't you pluck a feather as a souvenir? Jiang Shao hurriedly nodded and thanked everyone before cupping his fists. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Who organized this? It's so heartwarming. Li Wei, was it you? Li Wei was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao thanked everyone and continued. It's too big of a celebration. I don't deserve it. Hurry back and prepare for tomorrow's competition. Thank you, everyone. Jiang Shao then scratched his head and chuckled. Don't hold such welcoming and celebration ceremonies in the future. I still have to fight all the way to the finals of the individual competition. I have to run back and forth. Every time I come, you celebrate. Every time I come, you welcome me again. Who can stand that? The corridor was instantly filled with laughter and cheers. Tisk, haha, that makes sense. The 3 Chun brothers of the Xiangnan army moved in unison, and even their facial expressions were the same. They felt that the little toxic healer was a little arrogant, but they couldn't find any reason to refute him. Yeah, it felt terrible. Chapter 889. In the afternoon, in Jiang Shao and Gu Shiren's room, the team of 4 from the Capital Star Warriors was studying their opponents and their tactics for the next day under the lead of their teacher, Chinda Pang, and 2 members of the coaching team. Jiang Shao listened to his coach ramble on about the captain of the Russian Iron Man Legion and felt a pang in his heart. The coach was almost praising the captain of the Iron Man Legion. Jiang Shao wondered if he was trying to use this method to put some pressure on the Star Warriors 4-man Legion and sound the alarm. They only left when it was almost dinner time. Jiang Shao did not receive any special treatment. During the individual competition, Jiang Shao was not allowed to leave his room, and his meals were all delivered to him. It wasn't bad here since Jiang Shao could eat with everyone. As soon as they left the room, Jiang Shao took out a napkin from his pocket and handed it to Gu Shiren. Here. Gu Shiren grabbed it curiously and asked, "What is it?" Jiang Shao said, "A gift for you." Gu Shiren? Jiang Shao said, "She's a girl from the nation of Will. She's quite pretty and in her early 20s. She has big eyes, double eyelids, and an oval face. She fits the Eastern aesthetic standards." Gu Shiren looked at Jiang Shao in disdain and asked, "Am I such a casual person?" Jiang Shao stuffed the napkin into his pocket and said, "It's still early. When it's late at night and you're tossing and turning in bed, you won't think that way anymore." Gu Shiren was immediately displeased and said, "Didn't you say that I snore? I deliberately waited for you to fall asleep before I went to sleep. You said that I tossed and turned in bed? Has your conscience been eaten by the dogs? What the heck?" Jiang Shao froze for a moment and pointed at Gu Shiren's nose. "You're actually a kind-hearted man? What a waste of your scummy looks. Damn it." Gu Shiren strode forward and grabbed Jiang Zhao's neck with one arm while pressing down on the buzz cut with the other. "The buzz cut has done a great job again. As long as my hair is short enough. You won't be able to pull it off." The door was suddenly opened, and Han Jiangxue was staring at the 2 of them expressionlessly. The chaotic scene suddenly became much more harmonious. Han Jiangxue said coldly, "We've only been gone for 20 seconds. Jiang Shao said, "I'm trying to reduce his blood pressure. Look at how serious he looks. It's like the end of the world when he sees the Russian Federation. If nothing goes wrong, he'll have to smoke another pack of cigarettes tonight." Han Jiangxue frowned and said, "It's time to eat." Jiang Shao said, "Oh." Gu Shiren pursed his lips, let go of Jiang Shao, and strode out. Beside Han Jiangxue, Xia Yin grinned and stepped aside to make way for her. She asked softly, "It feels good, doesn't it?" Gu Shiren was speechless. "Next time, don't pull his hair, just flick his head," Xia Yin said, happily imparting her experience to Gu Shiren. "Come, Xiaopi, let's demonstrate." Jiang Shao had a look of resentment on his face. "I haven't hit you for a few days. Have you forgotten that I am your brother Xiaopi?" "Humph," Xia Yin humphed arrogantly and strode towards the elevator. Jiang Shao felt that there was something wrong with her reaction and that it didn't match her temperament. Jiang Shao followed her curiously and approached her. "What's the matter? Why are you in such a good mood?" The 4 of them entered the elevator, and Xia Yin turned her back to the camera. She covered her mouth and said softly, "I feel that the shackles of my realm have loosened." Jiang Shao got a great shock. A few seconds later, he asked with a face full of joy, "Really?" Xia Yin nodded repeatedly and grinned widely. "Of course, I've been working very hard." Ding! The elevator arrived on the 1st floor, and the door slowly opened. Jiang Shao clenched his fists and thought, "Awesome." Xia Yan's hard work in the Calamity Shadow training space was obvious to all. Although she did not enter the training space recently, she had finally reached the threshold of the Galaxy stage with the help of the hard work she had put in. Jiang Shao had long been at the peak of the Galaxy stage and had even reached the half-step Galaxy stage. However, that was just for show, and he had relied on his skill points to advance. Similarly, when Jiang Shao first entered the Galaxy stage, he could also immediately use his skill points to advance to the peak of the Galaxy stage and enter the half-step Galaxy stage. However, what was the use of that? It was just that the data was beautiful and he had more star power. Jiang Shao was still a blank piece of paper when it came to the cultivation and understanding of that stage. Now that Xia Yin, who was rather talented, had finally caught up with the pace, How could Jiang Xiao not be happy? Under the current situation, the version on Earth had been updated, and various precious and rare dimensional spaces had also been opened. If Xia Yan were to enter the galaxy stage now, she would definitely have an additional 8-star slots, which would definitely allow her to make a qualitative leap in strength. Besides, with Jiang Xiao and the rest's current level of strength and the level of the dimensional spaces that they had come into contact with, ordinary star beads and star techniques were really nothing to them. When Xia Yan truly entered the galaxy stage, she would absorb the star pets that Jiang Xiao had prepared for her. She would then find an opportunity to configure the star techniques in the Dragon Cave and find some other precious and rare star beads to fill in the gaps. Wouldn't the once majestic goddess of war be back? Xia Yan happily walked side by side with Jiang Xiao, but she suddenly thought of something and her beautiful face sunk. Jiang Xiao hurriedly asked with concern, "What's the matter?" Xia Yan whispered into Jiang Xiao's ear, "It's a pity. If I could keep training in the space, I might have already entered the galaxy stage by now." The previous stage was the training of the national team. Although it was a little inconvenient, Xia Yan's words were not accurate. In fact, during the training period, Xia Yan would often go to Jiang Zhao's training space at night. With Han Jiangxue and Jiang Xiao covering for her, coupled with their identities, no one dared to find trouble with them. The status of the two siblings in the national team was indeed rather high. Don't think so. Continue to work hard. Beautiful star pets and star techniques are waiting for you. It's better to come at the right time than to come early. Keep all your star slots for me. I have great use for them. Xia Yan blinked and asked, "Huh?" Jiang Xiao nodded vigorously and blinked his eyes forcefully. He thought that he had already sent out the secret signal, but Xia Yan elbowed him in the ribs. Xia Yan pursed her lips and said, "I'm your teammate, not your star pet." Yes. You're not a star pet. You're my teammate, my teammate." Jiang Xiao reached out and gently rubbed Xia Yan's slightly curly chestnut-colored hair with a smile in his eyes. "Yes or no, it's not up to you to decide, Xiaera. I'm your assistant daddy. In the past, I had no choice but to be a knife in order to take care of the team. Now that you've all grown up and can be a knife, it's time for me to retire and return to my old profession." Xia Yan frowned and shook her head forcefully before breaking free from Jiang Zhao's palm. Looking at his happy smile, Xia Yan did not vent her anger even though she wanted to. She could feel that Jiang Xiao was really happy for her. However, Xia Yan couldn't sense the meaning behind his sincere smile. Xia Yan pursed her lips and said, "I don't care. Come to my room tonight. I'm anxious." "Okay." Jiang Xiao also pursed his lips. In fact, Jiang Xiao had always fantasized that one day he would no longer have to fight and break through the enemy lines. Instead, he would be able to strategize or sit in the army and kill people with a bunch of knives. Jiang Xiao watched the battlefield from afar under the layers of protection. Wouldn't it be perfect to heal his teammates and then his opponents? The more Jiang Xiao ate, the more intoxicated he became. After returning to his room, Jiang Xiao sneaked into Han Jiangxue's room. Regardless of whether it was a hotel for the World Cup participants and whether there was no one watching them, Han Jiangxue had the Sky Smasher star technique to conceal the spatial fluctuations. It would be perfect if he could make use of the battle in the World Cup to push Xia Yan's star power realm to the next level. Jiang Xiao grabbed Xia Yan's hand and ran straight into the bathroom, bringing her into the world of the Calamity Shadow. He then went to look for Gardner Pie. It's been repaired so quickly. In the world of the Calamity Shadow, Jiang Xiao and Xia Yan's figures flickered, and they stood in front of a huge city. It was a building that looked like an ancient city. The 15-meter-tall city wall was extremely majestic, making Xia Yan exclaim in amazement. "It's only been a few days since I last saw him, and he's already built another city?" On the city wall, a tree vine extended out from the cracks in the wall and wrapped around Gardner Pie's body before sending him down. "Yigu Pagoda?" Xia Yan looked at the words engraved above the city gate curiously and murmured softly. Jiang Xiao had never mentioned the name Yigu Pagoda to anyone, but one could see Jiang Zhao's ambition from these words. Of course we have to work hard. Maybe one day there will be people living here. There's no harm in being prepared, Jiang Zhao said smilingly without explaining the specific origin of the name. Xia Yin was a frequent visitor there and obviously knew more information. She asked, "Where's this place? Where's the treehouse city located?" Jiang Zhao pointed in a direction and said, "The forest tree city is over there. It's about 100 kilometers away." Xia Yin nodded and said, "I haven't been to the natural oxygen bar in a long time. By the way, how's it like inside? Has it been fully renovated?" Jiang Zhao said, "It's just an empty shell. Some courtyards and martial arts arenas have been built, but there has to be people living here for everything to be complete." While speaking, Gardner Pai had already opened the door of the Calamity Shadow training space and was the first to enter. Due to Xia Yan's arrival, Gardner Pai temporarily stopped building the city and accompanied her into the training space to act as a messenger. Jiang Zhao also stayed in Han Jiangshue's room to watch TV, eat fruits, and chat with her about recent events. Gu Shiren was a little dumbfounded. He initially thought that Jiang Zhao would come back to stay at night, but at 7 o'clock in the evening, he received a text message from Jiang Zhao saying that he wouldn't be coming back. Gu Shiren wasn't sure if Jiang Zhao had snuck away or stayed in Han Jiangshue's room. During the training of the national team, such a situation would occasionally occur, but that was in China. This was a real World Cup competition overseas. Gu Shiren leaned against the bed and watched the television with a look of melancholy. It was only 7 o'clock in the evening, and it wasn't time to toss and turn in bed yet. However, Gu Shiren accidentally touched the napkin in his pocket. Okay. Without hesitation, Gu Shiren threw the napkin into the trash can and reached in his pocket to take out the fake snake that he really wanted. It's good to sleep alone. I don't have to go to the toilet to smoke. Gu Shiren took the opportunity to put a cigarette in his mouth. Pa! The pulley of the metal lighter sputtered with sparks, igniting a small flame and lighting up the cigarette. You have your happiness. I have my loneliness. It's not bitter. In fact, it's a little cool fuel. Gu Shiren exhaled a mouthful of smoke. Chapter 890. CCTV Television Station. CCTV Television Station. Welcome to the second match of the first round of the 2019 Star Warriors World Cup. This is the Allianz Arena of the Country of Will. I'm the host, Euphebe, said a young man who looked rather mixed race. His voice was extremely infectious, and no one knew if the slight tremble in his voice was intentional or not. Beside him, a gentle female voice said, "I'm the host, Jing Xinyue." Regardless of whether Phoebe looked like a mixed blood or not, he was definitely speaking fluent Chinese. We can see that the arena, which can hold 75,000 people, is filled to the brim. The star red flag flutters high above the Allianz Arena, displaying the passion of the Chinese people. Jing Xinyue's voice seemed to be able to soothe one's heart and was a perfect match for Euphebe. After the first match, we finally waited for the Chinese athletes to appear. Euphebe's style was obviously more radical. He said, "We've finally waited for the legendary support, Jiang Xiaopi. Xinyue, you're looking forward to his competition too, aren't you?" "Of course, I'm also a member of the Toxic Milk Powder." Jing Xinyue flicked his long hair behind his ears and smiled elegantly. He continued, "The last Star Warriors World Cup was also broadcasted by the two of us, but Jiang Xiaopi didn't appear." Yeah. Euphebe seemed to be really excited. He clenched his fists and continued. "Due to time constraints, I could only watch the broadcast on television. This time, I can finally broadcast the Toxic Milk Powder's competition live." Jing Xinyue covered his mouth and chuckled. "Don't get too excited then. You have to provide an exciting live commentary for the people of the world." Yes. Euphebe was obviously a little stuttered. Of course, he understood what his colleague meant. Everyone knew what happened to the hosts of the Toxic Milk Powders competition in the previous Star Warriors World Cup. Jing Xinyue had no choice but to stop there. After all, it was a live broadcast, and he couldn't say anything explicitly. In fact, Jing Xinyue was really worried about you, Phoebe. Because of Phoebe Yu's stirring voice, his ability to adjust the atmosphere, and his Chinibyu soul that hadn't faded away yet, Phoebe Yu's commentary was very popular with the public. But today, he met Jiang Xiao. Based on Phoebe Yu's usual style of commentary, if nothing unexpected happened, she would definitely make a lot of golden statements and bring her career to the next level. But she was afraid that Phoebe would be too excited, and her Chinibyu soul would break out and say something inappropriate. Jing Xinyue was very worried that her colleague would be replaced. Their styles complemented each other quite well, and their coordination was quite good. Once they changed partners, they would have to work together again. This frightening Pai Shun was truly amazing. He defeated his opponent on the field. Offstage, the host. He even countered reporters off the sidelines. During CCTV's broadcast of the Star Warrior World Cup, there were so many changes in the hosts and reporters. Phoebe Yu suddenly shouted, "They're coming. China's #1 seeded team." It could even be said that they were the first seeded team of this World Cup. 2 years ago, during an interview, Jiang Xiaopi once said that if nothing went wrong, they would see 2 Chinese players in the next World Cup. Jiang Xiaopi was right. The girl who appeared in front of the cameras 2 years ago had indeed appeared on the big stage of the World Cup this year. The legendary goddess Yin has finally arrived with her big sword. Phoebe Yu's voice was really infectious. Just her appearance alone made the audience in front of their televisions and computers excited. Jing Xinyue said, "It might not just be this year." "That makes sense," Phoebe Yu said excitedly. "Even if we look at the entire history of the World Cup, we will take out all the teams that have participated in the World Cup and make a ranking. Our Chinese team is qualified to be the first seeded team." Jing Xinyue said, "Although everyone is already very clear about the resumes of these 4 people, please allow us to introduce them. Gu Shiren, Shield Warrior, Li Zhan, from the Capital Star Warrior University. He joined the Wasteland Reclaimers when he was in his freshman year, and is currently the coach of the Wasteland Reclaimers. Ever since the Wasteland Reclaimers established the training system in the Capital Star Warrior University and the Star Warrior Universities in other cities, the information had already entered people's eyes. Everyone was very clear about the information." Phoebe Yu continued, "Xia Yin, Melee Warrior, Dojan from the Capital Star Warrior University. She's also a member of the Wasteland Reclaimers and is currently an official Wasteland Reclaimer." Jing Xinyue continued, "Han Jiangxue. She achieved excellent results in the previous World Cup, and, as the team commander, she finally led the team to rank 6th in the World Cup team competition. Without a doubt, Han Jiangxue is also the commander of this team. I think everyone knows her information better than us. She's the only student in the Starfall stage this year. She's also the only one in the history of the World Cup who's in the Starfall stage." Phoebe Yu said, "Jiang Xiaopi is a medical awakened Star Warrior. You don't need me to introduce him too much, right? I'll only say that he's a medical auxiliary. Class of 2017. World Cup. Individual competition. Champion." Before her partner could speak, Phoebe Yu continued, "What kind of team is this? What kind of battle will these true heavenly geniuses bring us? Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready?" Jing Xinyue suddenly interjected. "The student from both teams have already entered the pre-match communication segment. Let's see what we can hear." Phoebe Yu hurriedly quieted down and saw the screen in front of her. The microphone had also been picked up, but with an awkward expression, Phoebe Yu said, Obviously, Jiang Xiaopi is communicating with the other team in Russian." Jing Xinyue turned to look at Phoebe Yu and thought, "You don't understand a foreign language? What a waste of your mixed-race face." Phoebe Yu felt terrible too. "My grandmother is from the United States and doesn't speak Russian at all." Jing Xinyue suddenly said, "I seem to have heard Jiang Xiaopi say her." In the screen, Jiang Xiaopi stood at the penalty spot and seemed to be chatting happily. He raised the giant sword in his hand and yelled, "Hurrah!" Then, on the opposite half of the field, the Steel Legion of the Russian Federation raised their fists and yelled, "Hurrah!" All of a sudden, not only did the host fall silent, but so did the audience. There was only a small area where the Russian Federation support team who were waving the white, blue, and red flags, yelled in unison, "Hurrah!" Phoebe paused for a moment and said awkwardly, "It seems that the atmosphere on the field is very harmonious. It's no wonder that China has a good relationship with the Russian Federation." On the field, the Russian Federation formed a T formation and stood in a 2-1-1 formation. On the other hand, the Chinese Federation's team formed a rarely seen long snake formation. It was vertical. Xia Yin stood in the center circle, while Gu Shi stood in front of Han Jiangxue. The two of them stood in the middle, while Jiang Xiao stood at the penalty spot. In front of Jiang Xiao, Han Jiangxue turned around and asked, "What did you say to them?" Jiang Xiao grinned and said, "There's no need to beat around the bush. Just do it." Han Jiangxue frowned slightly and said, "Follow the plan. Go and control Vika Dante." Got it. "I'll go and control that Russian doll," Jiang Xiao muttered. Han Jiangxue glared at Jiang Xiao and said, "Go ahead and cry. Let's activate double purification." Jiang Xiao's eyes turned slightly red, and he looked like he was about to cry after being lectured. He wiped his eyes and said, "Okay, little Jiangxue." Han Jiangxue said, "Cut off the communication between the opposing team members and drag them into a one-on-one battle." Jiang Xiao finally burst into tears and said, "Yes, little Jiangxue." Han Jiangxue looked at Xia Yin, who was standing in the middle line and staring back at them. "What are you still standing there for?" Oh. Xia Yin pursed her lips, and her eyes were also red. Dark clouds gathered above the Allianz Stadium. Jiang Xiao suddenly said, "Xia Yin, remember our slogan." Due to the fact that it was the pre-match communication stage, the microphone was still recording and transmitting his voice to the audience. Hence, on the live-streaming platform, pop-up comments appeared. "Goddess Shui, she's indeed worthy of being my Goddess Shui. She managed to make everyone cry with just a few words. Ah, she's so fierce. My brother-in-law is so pitiful. Cry Pippi and Cry Yin are online. Moi. 3. Please whip me, Gong Jin. I'm on the same stage. Please whip me, Goddess Shui. What are you waiting for, Gu Shiren? Why are you so unsociable? Hurry up and join us in the fun." The live-streaming comments were particularly interesting. There were initially a few words, but they all turned into emoticons one after another. It was truly a joyous sight. Oh, intersection underscore intersection. Oh, intersection underscore intersection. Oh, intersection underscore intersection. Oh. Are the two teams ready? The referee looked around and confirmed. Immediately afterwards, he waved a flag in his hand. Beep, beep. The competition begins. Yu Feibi slammed the table abruptly, giving Jing Xinyue a great shock. The competition has begun. There's a mixture of rain and snow in the sky. The rain might be Jiang Xiaopi's tears of cleansing or tears of sorrow. It must be Xia Yan's tears of domain. The snow should be the purifying snow of the Iron Steel Army. On the green field, Jiang Xiao threw out a sound of silence and disappeared in a flash. However, almost at the same time, Jiang Xiao discovered that there was something strange about Han Jiangxue. In fact, there was indeed a mark on Han Jiangxue's body. The illusory, translucent mark was the head of a brown bear with its mouth wide open, seemingly roaring. The mark was not a negative state and could not be removed by the purifying star technique at all. It was in line with the description of the star technique given by the national team. The bear pattern star technique was difficult to remove. It didn't matter if it couldn't be removed, because Jiang Xiao had clearly controlled the doll. The mark was clearly left by her. Even though the bear pattern was already on Han Jiangxue's body, the bear pattern would not be triggered as long as she was controlled. In an instant, a mud dragon broke out of the ground and rushed towards Han Jiangxue, who was retreating rapidly. Gu Shi was a real man who was definitely reliable. He held a large shield in his hand while his legs were entangled by the mud snake. However, he didn't care and simply leaned forward to face the mud dragon. Rumble. The mud dragon that was as thick as the sea exploded. On the enemy's side, Jiang Zhao's sound of silence might have been purified by the wind and snow of the enemy, but before that, his sound of silence had to have been purified by his own tears. Jiang Zhao's ability to seize the opportunity was unquestionable. After casting Sound of Silence, he immediately flashed into a Sound of Silence domain and teleported behind Xiongmei. Stupid sister. She's so damn mighty and majestic. What kind of physical talent is this? You're just an assistant. So why do you look like a shield warrior? Looking at the hill-like back view, Jiang Zhao thought to himself, are you Wu Yao in disguise? Xiongmei was clearly stuck in Sound of Silence for a moment, and the Sound of Silence domain was also purified by the wind and snow. However, in that short moment, Jiang Zhao had already slashed her from behind. She then yelled in grief and indignation, "Hurrah!" Bang! Xiongmei was like a cannonball. With a loud swoosh, she was slashed from the enemy's side to the center. Another sound came from afar, almost as if it had teleported, but there was a trajectory to it. It was also accompanied by Xia Yan's cries. Hurrah! Under the gloomy sky, the great sword of death drew a dazzling sword radiance as it pierced towards Sister Xiong, who was flying towards it. He's stealing the backline. He's stealing the backline support. Jing Xinyue yelled. I thought that the rules awakened would attack the backline, but it turns out that our assistant is the one attacking the opponent's support. Explode, explode. It's a one-hit kill. Fabiu knocked on the table in agitation. The heavens didn't give birth to me, Jiang Xiaopi. Melee combat is like a long night. Jing Xinyue froze for a moment and said, Jiang Xiaopi is a medical support profession. Let's lay our cards on the table. Let's stop pretending. Fabiu stood up and stared at the green field below. Fabiu raised her fists and yelled, I, Jiang Xiaopi, will fight. Jing Xinyue was speechless. After Fabiu yelled, a massive number of bullet screen comments flooded the screen. I strongly request that the host of the next competition undergo a urine test. He can only host the competition after passing the test. Damn it, his voice is way too passionate, isn't it? This little brother is so Chinibyu. Sob, I like him so much. If you press on the book on the bookshelf for a long time, there will be a banner for the competition. You can also click on the word battle at the bottom left corner of the cover of the book. After entering, please give me a like. Thank you. Asterisk degree? Degree equals 3. Chapter 891. For your life is also a Calamity Alliance Master. There's another chapter at the end. PSHHH. Holding onto the sword of desperation, Jiang Zhao charged forward and pierced Xiongmei's chest with an unparalleled momentum. The Russian Federation's team consisted of 2 auxiliaries. Seeing that things were going awry, Captain Yevgeny hurriedly shot a ray of light over. Jiang Zhao and Xia Yan both had the tier domain star technique perception. How could they allow their opponent's light to connect to Xiongmei's body? Xia Yan held onto the sword of desperation with one hand, while Xiongmei's majestic body was pierced through. Xia Yan dashed forward at an extremely fast speed, creating a ray of light and rushing back to her own side. At the same time, Jiang Zhao also cast a Sound of Silence. Bang! At this moment, not to mention the light connecting Sister Xiong, even the special light connecting the other 2 had disappeared without a trace. No matter how fast the host spoke, he couldn't outrun the rapidly changing situation on the field. Clearly, Yu Feibi was still immersed in the previous battle of the Chinese players. Body of Steel. The reason why the 4 players from the Russian Federation are called the Iron Legion is because each of them has the star technique Body of Steel. Each of their bodies is as tough as steel, and their skin can't be torn at all. But what do we see? Goddess Yin is mighty. She actually pierced her opponent's chest. How sharp is that sword of desperation? What kind of impact does Goddess Yin have? The gold quality Body of Steel was destroyed by the star technique of desperation of the land of Yin and Zhao. The platinum quality star technique of desperation even has the effect of tearing and inflicting heavy damage. If the opponent doesn't receive treatment in time, his life will be in danger. How could you not love such a god of skin and god of beauty? Die in 1 second. Die in 1 second. Jing Xinyue, who was at the side, couldn't help but frantically say, As a rules awakened in the galaxy stage, Han Jiangshue's damage output is unquestionable. Clearly, the Russian Federation Legion has made Han Jiangshue their main attack point. Han Jiangshue has all sorts of star techniques, such as attacking, restricting, and disrupting. Indeed, Han Jiangshue has been given special attention. Fabi finally looked at the Chinese duo. At this moment, Han Jiangshue and Gu Shi had been blasted backwards, covered in dirt, and their clothes were tattered. Jing Xinyue said, "There's obviously no problem with attacking Han Jiangshue. The enemy strategy is correct. Han Jiangshue is a rules awakened in the galaxy stage, and her output is far stronger than the other teammates, but Phoebe was puzzled. The mud snakes and dragons aren't attacking in the right way. The contestants of the Russian Federation don't have any star techniques that can make the mud dragons and mud snakes explode." As qualified hosts, Yu Feibi and Jing Xinyue had already memorized the star techniques of the 8 contestants. Clearly, neither of them had seen the star techniques that could make the mud dragon and mud snake explode. Besides, the explosion was definitely not an ordinary silver quality explosion. In fact, it might not even be a gold quality explosion star technique. Instead, it should be a platinum quality whoosh. A heavy ice roar rolled up at the feet of the rules awakened from the Russian Federation. The rules awakened from the Russian Federation looked like a burly man, and his style was the same too. His knees had long been submerged in the soil, and there seemed to be a special star technique holding his body in place. His body of steel was also forcibly resisting the baptism of the ice roar. Ice roar and weapon of desperation were both platinum quality star techniques, but their attacking methods were different. Xia Yin pierced Xiong Mei's chest with her sword, but it seemed that it would still take some time for the ice roar to completely crush the rules awakened from the Russian Federation. The pieces of crushed ice and the sharp whirlwind that were like knives would take a certain amount of time to accumulate damage, unlike Xia Yan's sword of desperation, which could be dealt with in one blow. In front of the rules awakened from the Russian Federation, there was also a shield warrior from the Russian Federation. The knees of the shield warrior from the Russian Federation were also deeply embedded in the soil, causing the ground to surge up quickly like a muddy river. A hemispherical defensive shield was set up in the range of ice roar. The star techniques of the Russian Federation's shield warrior and Law awakened shield warrior had a chemical reaction. The two of them actually managed to build an indestructible fortress. In the Chinese team's half of the battlefield, the mud snakes and mud dragons that emerged from the ground were still stirring up trouble. Gu Shi held his shield in one hand and the Bauhinia sword in the other, blocking and slashing left and right, trying his best to create an environment for Han Jiangshue to attack. Han Jiangshue's pupils constricted, and she immediately set up the black sky defensive shield in the chaotic battlefield. Huff! Han Jiangshue, who was holding the rippled ball in her left hand, had a sullen expression on her face. The ground beneath her feet was surging, causing her body to sway and be greatly affected. What the host said just now was true. All the output, disruption, and control-type star techniques of the enemy were almost all aimed at Han Jiangshue, of course. We also have to consider a problem. If they don't focus on Han Jiangshue and instead focus on controlling Jiang Shao or Xia Yin, we might not be able to control them. The roaring mud dragons in the distance were blocked outside the black sky defensive shield, but the mud snakes beneath their feet were still stirring up trouble. Rumble! The giant mud dragon rose from the ground, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws menacingly. It then slammed its head against the defensive shield with unparalleled force. It was not just an ordinary collision, but also an explosion. The sound of the explosion was deafening, and the shock waves were monstrous. Even the platinum-quality black space defense shield trembled violently, making people worry that it would shatter. What kind of mysterious star technique is this? What level is this output star technique? That was only the giant mud dragon. The damage and chaos caused by the explosions of the small mud snakes that were interfering with Han Jiangshue and Gu Shi and had indeed greatly limited their normal movements. Gu Shi frantically chopped off the heads of the mud snakes. He was not called the Shield Warrior for nothing. He only had one mission, and that was to guard Han Jiangxue. At present, Gu Shiren was simply too reliable. However, the mud river and mud marsh beneath his feet were too disgusting, and Gu Shiren couldn't solve it. He had already done his best within his ability. In the commentator's seat, the host, Jing Xinyue, was clearly paying attention to the other side. She said worriedly, "Is the Russian Federation still not going to admit defeat? Contestant Vika's chest has already been smashed. Can she still be saved? Is there going to be a death in the first round?" However, Fabi didn't think about that at all. Instead, he yelled, "How should we break out of this?" Han Jiangxue and Gu Shi and were affected and controlled by the mud snakes and mud flow star techniques. Even though they had the flame shield and body of steel to defend themselves, they couldn't withstand any more explosions. The explosions from the mud snakes were too strange. The Chinese athletes were in danger. Jiang Xiaopi's blessing clearly couldn't penetrate the thick mud flow and was blocked by the layers of mud. What should we do? How should we break out of this? Han Jiangxue's target was never the Rules Awakened or the Shield Warrior. Instead, it's the captain of the enemy team. Jiang Xiao sent the captain of the Russian Federation flying with a slash. Without hesitation, he turned around and cast a sound of silence at the Rules Awakened and Shield Warrior of the Russian Federation in the distance. Almost at the same time, the captain of the Russian Federation, who had been sent flying by Jiang Xiao, was smashed into a pile of mud by the bolts of lightning. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. "Mud body? What's going on?" Jiang Zhao's tier domain had always been activated, and he had never acted as a substitute for the Rules Awakened captain of the Russian Federation. How could he be a mud body? However, at this moment, Jiang Xiao couldn't be bothered anymore. After several blessings were blocked by the mud on the enemy's defense shield, he had no choice but to switch to Sound of Silence. Jiang Xiao raised his hand and cast another Sound of Silence, which landed on the position of the Rules Awakened and Shield Warrior of the Russian Federation. However, the Sound of Silence was instantly wiped out by the snowstorm. Jiang Xiao grinned and thought, "I really don't believe this." Jiang Xiao waved his left and right hands continuously, casting Sound of Silence one after another at a rapid speed. Purification? If you can purify in seconds, I can use Sound of Silence too. I'd like to see who has more star power. I'm not even going to activate my star techniques. I'm just going to compete with you on the battery in my body. Jiang Xiao, stop, Han Jiangxue said softly. The two of them were far apart, but she knew that Jiang Xiao could read her lips through the rainwater. Whoosh! The dark sky defense shield was immediately retracted. Almost at the same time, a gust of barren wind rolled up and Gu Shiren was blown into the sky. Han Jiangxue's tall and slender figure also disappeared without a trace. If she could summon star pets and put on the soul of the Sea Devourer, how could Han Jiangxue possibly be hurt? How could she be restricted by the terrain? Where did Han Jiangxue go? What is she doing? Oh my god, she's charging at the alchemist god. The Star Ocean Rules Awakened are upset. Phoebe Yu yelled in agitation. Han Jiangxue's slender figure suddenly appeared in the camp of the Russian Federation. She was standing right in the middle of the thick mud flow defensive barrier. She was standing behind the Shield Warrior of the Russian Federation and in front of the Rules Awakened. She was wrapped in the flame shield, but her beautiful eyes were cold. At the next moment, a circle of electric current spread out with her as the center. Electric halo condenses star power and creates a rapidly expanding electric halo with the user as the center to shock and paralyze the enemy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Rings of lightning spread out and electrocuted the bodies of the Russian Federation's Shield Warriors and Rules Awakened. In a thick, muddy shield, Han Jiangxue's explosive output completely exploded. The electric current that spread out surged around the bodies of the two Russian Federation contestants, causing their bodies to become numb. They were electrocuted to the point where their bodies were convulsing and their limbs were trembling. They couldn't use any star techniques. Is this a form of Sound of Silence? Just like Phoebe Yu said, the Star Ocean Archmage God was displeased. Chapter 892. Han Jiangxue also activated her star technique of burning yang, which was not the only one that spread out. All of a sudden, the sparks floated around like fireflies in the dark night, disrupting and burning the enemy's star power. The platinum quality star technique, Funyang, could be considered a form of soft control, not to mention the effect of burning the enemy's star techniques and disrupting the enemy's star techniques. The two contestants from the Russian Federation were indeed having a hard time. The unhappy Han Jiangxue stood between them and extended her fair and tender hand, pointing at the rules awakened in front of her with her long and slender fingers. The gold-quality chain lightning shot out of Han Jiangxue's palm again and again, after which it hung on the opponent's body. She then immediately turned around and attacked the shield warrior behind her. Chain lightning was not Bell. When the star techniques of the Thunder series were activated, the speed was almost invisible to the naked eye. By the time everyone reacted, the chain lightning had already been activated. Due to the fact that there were only 3 of them on the battlefield, and the others were far away, the chain lightning did not go to waste at all. It simply returned to the 2 contestants from the Russian Federation. It's exploding, it's exploding. Phoebe Yu covered her head with both hands in disbelief. That's the education from the Starry Sea Warlock God. No, for the Rules Awakened, it's already considered teaching them a lesson by stepping on their faces. I've crossed mountains, rivers, and seas. Phoebe Yu was obviously stunned for a moment, but she reacted quickly and hurriedly corrected her pronunciation. She then said a line of lyrics that she somehow remembered from somewhere. Without giving anyone a chance to react, Phoebe Yu continued to yell. Han Jiangxue actually pointed at the enemy's nose and released lightning. Oh my god, they're already burnt. Can they still survive? Jiang Shao grimaced in pain and looked at Han Jiangxue's expressionless face before looking at her almost explosive attack. Jiang Shao suddenly felt a little flustered. Although the Russian Federation contestant was in great pain, his skin was burnt, and his skin was burnt to a crisp. However, in fact, Han Jiangxue had already been merciful. If she had thrown a white flame at his face, the Rules Awakened in front of her would probably have been burned to ashes. The situation on the battlefield changed rapidly. Jiang Shao raised his hand and cast another blessing to extend Xiong Mei's life. Before this, Jiang Shao had already extended her life once. At this moment, Xia Yin was flying high in the sky and looking down at the green field below with a slight frown. No, Xiaopi. Jiang Shao also had a sullen expression because he had also noticed some clues. The mud barrier that the shield warriors of the Russian Federation had set up had long been shattered. Not to mention the defensive barrier, the shield warriors and the Rules Awakened had already lost their ability to fight and collapsed at Han Jiangxue's feet. However, Han Jiangxue was still standing in the thick mud barrier, and the ground beneath her feet had never been stable. Instead, it kept churning slightly. However, it was not to interfere with Han Jiangxue's attack, but to slowly drag Han Jiangxue into the ground and shackle her calves, as if he was helping her stabilize her body. Clearly, Han Jiangxue was treated as a teammate of the Russian Federation. However, Han Jiangxue didn't care about that. She immediately teleported and appeared behind Gu Shiren. From the beginning to the end, the mud barrier was not activated by the shield warriors or the Rules Awakened. The person there had already fallen, but the extremely strong defense of the mud flow barrier was still standing there. What kind of defensive wall could withstand Han Jiangxue's platinum ice roar? On the left side of Han Jiangxue and Gu Shiren, the mud snakes were still crawling around, but their sense of direction was not very good. After a while, they seemed to have finally found the location where the enemies were and quickly crawled over before exploding again. Han Jiangxue once again activated the dark sky defense and arrived at the enemy's side with Gu Shiren. She then arrived beside Jiang Shao. It turned out that the thick mud barrier was not the only star technique of the enemy. The mud snakes were also not the only star technique of the Rules Awakened. After the Rules Awakened fell, the number of mud snakes did indeed decrease, but they did not disappear. What really disappeared was the huge and menacing mud dragon that rose from the ground. Clearly, that was the star technique of the Rules Awakened in the Russian Federation. Hence, Captain of the Russian Federation, Yevgeny. These star techniques of extremely high quality should be those that he has never exposed before. They're the star techniques with question marks in the data, Han Jiangxue said softly. They've already lost. What else is there to say? Jiang Shao reached out and threw a bell at the two pitiful burnt boys of the Russian Federation to extend their lives. With a strange expression, Gu Shuren said, "This fool probably doesn't have any perception-type star techniques. Does he know nothing about what's going on outside? The mud snakes can't find their position, and the defensive shield is still activated. 3 of our teammates have already died, but they're still hiding like idiots. Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda." Jiang Shao chuckled and looked at Han Jiangxue. Han Jiangxue pursed her lips and led everyone to teleport to the 2 burnt boys before bringing everyone to where Xiongmei was. Han Jiangxue kicked the bodies of the 3 of them and piled them up into a small hill. Jiang Shao also threw out a few bell at the right time. The audience was dumbfounded by the scene. Fabiyu's lips twitched awkwardly. After a while, she said, "This is the demeanor of the Chinese athletes." Everyone could clearly see that if this was a battlefield, if this was a life or death battle, the opponents would have already lost their lives. However, this is a competition, and the Chinese athletes have shown such noble qualities. We've healed our opponents. It doesn't matter if you heal your opponents, just don't hurt our teammates. Jing Xinyue sighed and said, "The difference between the 2 teams can already be seen." Fabiyu suddenly burst into laughter. Now that the outcome of the intense competition was clear, he felt much more relaxed. Fabi mimicked Jiang Zhao's tone and said, "You guys might not believe it, but I, Jiang Xiaopi, didn't come to the World Cup to defeat my opponents, but to save my opponents' lives from the Infernal Sister." Jing Xinyue? Fabiyu's words caused the comments on the live stream to explode. Face-trampling education. Han Jiangxue, boundless fatherly love. Jiang Xiaopi. Be gentle, sister. They're not me. They can't take a beating. Wow, sister, you're too strong. What should we do? Why don't we team up with her, and I'll go help our opponents. Our support, Jiang Xiaopi X. Our opponent's support, Jiang Xiaopi square root. Fabiyu sorted out her emotions and stopped making flirtatious remarks. With a serious expression, she slowly said, "There's no doubt that this is a battlefield, but it's essentially a competition. The desire for glory and the responsibility for our country make us do our best to defeat our opponents. The appreciation and respect for the strong, as well as our own qualities, make us lend a helping hand." Jing Xinyue said, "This is an exciting competition. Although the referee has yet to blow the whistle, the outcome has already been decided. The captain of the Russian Federation is still missing." Before the host finished speaking, Xia Yan, who was standing in the air, suddenly became larger. Layers of star power fused together, and a massive star power Xia Yan descended abruptly. However, the massive star power Xia Yan was holding onto a huge star power sword with both hands. She then stabbed it downwards. "Got you, you little loach that's always hiding." The captain of the Russian Federation, who was at least 2 meters tall, was actually called a little loach by Xia Yan. Of course, the massive star power Xia Yan was indeed qualified to call him that. In the field tears domain, Jiang Shao also sensed the guy who was sticking his head out of the soil. Clearly, he had come out to observe the situation. Does this guy not have enough star slots? If the dimensional spaces had been opened earlier, some of the precious star beads and star techniques would have fallen into the hands of the elites earlier. If the captain had more available star slots, he would have been able to configure a perception-type star technique and wouldn't have become blind. Without hesitation, Jiang Shao raised his hand and cast a sound of silence. When the captain of the Russian Federation entered the ground, the competition had just begun. By the time he came out, the competition had already ended for a while. Hence, there was a problem. Did I not understand? Or did the world change too quickly? Xia Yan's star power sword pierced deeply into the green field, causing the soil to splatter and hit the defensive shield in front of the audience. The mud blocked the audience's vision, but it did not block the referee's whistle. The captain of the Russian Federation was very tough, and he had no choice but to be tough. In the sound of silence, he had nowhere to hide and had no choice but to take on the star power sword with his body of steel. Amidst the chaos, the captain of the Russian Federation waved his hands at the referee, indicating that he was surrendering. Han Jiangxue and Jiang Xiao did not continue to attack, and Gu Shi and had even shaken hands with the Russian players who had stood up. Victory! What a great victory! Phoebe, you said, friend in the audience, do you see that? The fiery red auditorium area is boiling over. Jing Xinyu said in a gentle and intoxicating voice, a perfect competition, a good start. We should remember this moment that belongs to us. I hope that time will never take away our passion for waving flags and cheering. Phoebe looked at Jing Xinyu and said with a smile, it can't be taken away. Our colleagues once said that a generation will eventually grow old, but there will always be people who are young. Jing Xinyu sighed deeply and looked at the team of 4 who were gesturing to the audience on the green field. Her eyes were slightly blurred, and her voice was soft as she murmured, yes, in Huaxia, in every period of time, there will always be such people. I'm not going to argue with you guys. I'm going to respect you guys. Now, please give me your monthly votes. Heart. Chapter 893. One victory after another. The 3 Chinese teams entered the next round together. The Star Warriors in the capital blossomed and destroyed the Iron Legion. The Shanghai Star Warriors killed the Rules Awakened and defeated the Mada Republic. Xiangnan Military Academy managed to defeat the Federal Army of Pakistan easily. Please watch the detailed report that I'll bring to you. In the restaurant of the hotel, Jiang Xiao took a sip of the tofu pudding as the TV screen on the wall changed. The food was specially provided by the hotel for the Chinese students. Jiang Xiao immediately saw the tofu pudding on the buffet. At the side, Xia Yin pressed on the egg with one hand and crushed it on the table. As the eggshell cracked, the sound of cracking could be heard. She pursed her lips and said, the Xiangnan Military Academy is really lucky. Xia Yin's topic of conversation was also very interesting. At least in her opinion, the team from the African island of Madagascar was stronger than the team from the Brazilian Federation. The Federal Republic of Brazil, in this world, was a little strange. As a powerful country, it was giving its own country more points in other aspects, but the Star Warriors were the only ones that were being pulled down. Jiang Xiao stole a glance at the peeled egg in Xia Yan's hand and chuckled. I can't do football. You can't fight? Gu Shi shook his head and said, the Brazilian Federation's football team is indeed very strong, but they can't make it to the top of the rankings. The 5-star team, Samba, was only ranked 6th in the Football World Cup last year. Xia Yin pursed her lips and said, the world is already like this. Why are they still playing football? That's not right. Jiang Xiao reached out and grabbed the egg that Xia Yin had just peeled. While Xia Yin was bewildered, he took a bite and said in a muffled voice, our competition is also for entertainment. According to what you're thinking, it's meaningless for us to participate in the competition. Xia Yin watched as Jiang Xiao finished the egg in a few bites and remained in a daze for a long time. Jiang Xiao grinned at Xia Yin and said, everything that can bring happiness to people is meaningful. Han Jiangxue nodded and said, it can indeed increase the cohesion and pride of the nation. Xia Yin finally reacted. She raised her eyebrows and looked at Jiang Xiao. Why did you snatch my egg? I'm giving it back to you. Jiang Xiao handed the egg over meekly. Xia Yin yelled in exasperation, open it. Jiang Xiao said, okay. Although he said so, Jiang Xiao did not intend to attack at all. Xia Yin glared at Jiang Xiao fiercely and gritted her teeth, as if she wanted to chew him up. Jiang Xiao hurriedly changed the topic and said, after breakfast, I have to return to Balan City to participate in the individual competition. Gu Shi, there should be an empty slot in the second round of the individual competition. Jiang Xiao chuckled. Han Jiangxue peeled an egg and placed it on Xia Yan's plate. She then said to Jiang Shao, "Let's go after watching the lot drawing ceremony." Jiang Shao said helplessly, "I want to watch it with you guys too, but they won't allow me to. They've already booked my plane ticket." Jiang Shao stopped halfway through his sentence, and his eyes widened abruptly. Jiang Shao wasn't the only one. Some of the Chinese team members who were eating in the restaurant, at least those who had perception-type star techniques, stopped eating and turned their heads to look at the long table where they could choose their own dishes. Jiang Shao did not have any perception-type star techniques, but he was able to discover it immediately because he was facing the long table where he could choose his own meals. There was a space door that had been opened. The other students and coaches who did not have perception-type star techniques also looked in the direction that everyone was looking. All of a sudden, there was dead silence in the restaurant, and only the sound of the news broadcast on the television could be heard. A dimensional space door. It was opened in the hotel restaurant just like that. The assistant coach, Bai Yin, hurriedly stood up and said, "Everyone, stay calm and leave the restaurant in an orderly manner." The Chinese students stood up one after another, and in everyone's line of sight, a fair and tender hand suddenly reached out and picked up a steamed bun on the table. Then, while everyone watched in bewilderment, she retracted her hand that was holding the steamed bun. Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up and he whispered, "Fairy tale forest dimensional space. There are platinum creatures inside." Han Jiangxue nodded and said, "Yeah." They were all students of the Capital Star Warriors University and were rather familiar with the fairy tale forest dimensional space that was unique to the country of Xi. However, Jiang Shao was different from them. Jiang Shao had once fought against Little Red Riding Hood and Little Blue Riding Hood in the fairy tale forest during the Elite Star Pet Trainer Invitational. Hence, he was well aware of how powerful the creatures of other dimensions in the fairy tale forest were. Jiang Shao dragged Han Jiangxue and pushed Gu Shi in, who was subconsciously standing in front of everyone, towards the long table. He said, "Don't go. Let's get the star beads." As soon as he said that, a little boy, wearing a blue cloak and had walked out and munched on the steamed bun. He even stomped his feet and let out a sound of satisfaction. Wu, Little Blue Riding Hood, who was about 80 meters tall, reached out with his tender arms and picked up the thermos that was filled with soy milk before gulping it down. Gulp, gulp, gulp. As Little Blue Riding Hood gulped down the milk, he slowly raised his head and the hood on his head fell down. It was also at this moment that his image of a little boy was distinguished from that of a human. His pair of large eyes occupied the upper half of his face. It was probably comparable to the ratio of the eyes to the head of a mung bean fly. The large corners of his eyes extended all the way to the temples on both sides. He didn't need to turn his head at all to be able to see the situation on both sides. In fact, he could even use his peripheral vision to look diagonally behind him. The large eyes that were glistening with a thick purple light were terrifying and horrifying. He was just like a little monster. In anime, in the two-dimensional world, one would find a pair of large eyes that occupied half of one's face adorable. However, in real life, one would be scared to death when one saw such an image. Not to mention the fact that they occupied half of one's face. Even a human's eyes that were slightly larger would make one feel that they were not real. Sky Smasher. Jiang Shao gently touched Han Jiangxue's arm and continued, "Flame Torch Whip." While speaking, Jiang Shao raised his right hand and a ray of blessing landed. Cough, cough. The thermos in Little Blue Riding Hood's hand fell to the ground, and the hot soy milk spilled all over his body. Amidst the blissful dizziness, Little Blue Riding Hood choked on the soy milk and began coughing heavily. Han Jiangxue swung her right hand, and a flame torch whip wrapped around Little Blue Riding Hood's body before pulling him back. At the same time, Han Jiangxue waved her left hand in front of her, and layers of overlapping space doors opened. Han Jiangxue turned her body sideways and let go of the flame torch whip in her right hand. Little Blue Riding Hood's body brushed past everyone and was dragged into Sky Smasher. Han Jiangxue's Sky Smasher couldn't contain living creatures, and it wouldn't take long. Hence, Little Blue Riding Hood's fate was already sealed. At the side, Bai Yin, who was organizing the retreat of the students, was displeased. He said anxiously, Han Jiangxue, Capital Star Warriors team, hurry and come back, and let the hotel staff handle this. The dimensional space in Fairy Tale Forest is very dangerous. The star beasts are of a high level, and their star techniques are very strong. We won't get involved in this. Jiang Xiao turned to look at Bai Yin and said, You know what we're going to do? Go and call the police first. Our team will clean up the creatures inside in the name of safety. Don't worry, we're at the door. Bai Yin opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. He seemed to have guessed Jiang Zhao's plan. Bai Yin was the assistant coach of the national team. Of course, he wanted to ensure the safety of the national team members so that they could achieve excellent results in the World Cup. The dimensional space in Fairy Tale Forest was extremely dangerous. Bai Yin's first reaction was to organize the students to retreat, but Jiang Xiao wanted to go in and snatch the star beads. Without waiting for Bai Yin to answer, Jiang Xiao pushed Gu Shiren forward and said, Let's go, go, go. There are platinum star beads and platinum star techniques there. Fall of the Gods, Twilight of the Gods, and the various star techniques that enhance physical attributes are all top-notch shield beads and star techniques. Jiang Xiao pushed Gu Shi and towards the buffet area and said, Let's hurry up and get more star beads before the Will Nation's army arrives. When you reach the Starfall stage, you'll be able to use all of them. Gu Shi, who was being pushed forward, was extremely touched. Gu Shi was well aware of the star beads and star techniques in the Fairy Tale Forest dimensional space. The previous World Cup runner-up, the Shield of Europe, Neil, had all advanced star techniques from the Fairy Tale Forest. Why was Neil known as the Shield of Europe? Why did he become the runner-up in the World Cup? The star beads and star techniques in the Fairy Tale Forest were one of the reasons. The Fairy Tale Forest was extremely rare, but at the same time, it was also filled with danger. Even though the Capital Star Warriors team was very strong, Gu Shi still had to weigh the pros and cons. Strength was one thing, but identity was another. However, as soon as the Fairy Tale Forest opened, Jiang Xiao thought of Gu Shi immediately. Gu Shi was extremely touched by the situation. Jiang Xiao stood at the entrance of the dimensional space and frantically waved at Xia Yan. Hurry! Tier of Realm opening. We have to race against time with the Will Nation's military and police. Not everyone can enter the Fairy Tale Forest. Once they come, we won't have a chance anymore. At the critical moment, the Capital Star Warriors team of 4 displayed the execution ability of the real Wasteland Reclaimers. Xia Yan's eyes were bloodshot, and the 4 of them entered one after another, only to realize that they had appeared in a forest deep in the mountains. The gentle breeze was accompanied by the fragrance of the soil and flowers, which was refreshing. Jiang Zhao's and Xia Yan's eyes turned red, and they looked up, only to realize that they couldn't see the sky at all. Rays of sunlight scattered through the dense branches and leaves of the trees, creating a rather artistic scene. Soon, the sound of thunder was accompanied by drizzling rain. This way, Xia Yan's body floated up, and she flew to the left while the other 3 hurriedly followed behind. In the dense forest, everyone ran quickly, and behind a huge tree, they vaguely saw a corner of the blue cloak. Jiang Xiao had already cast a sound of silence. Diamond, sound of silence. While restraining Little Blue Riding Hood's movements, Jiang Xiao cast another blessing. Han Jiangxue, who was sprinting, suddenly stopped abruptly and threw out a flame torch whip, which wrapped around the dizzy Little Blue Riding Hood. Immediately afterwards, she pulled it towards her. Whoosh! Sky Smasher rose again, and Little Blue Riding Hood fell into it with a whoosh. However, the first Little Blue Riding Hood didn't seem to have died. He struggled to get out, but the second Little Blue Riding Hood slammed into him again. Whoosh! After deactivating Sky Smasher, Han Jiangxue put her palms together, and at the next moment, a black cloak suddenly appeared on her body. Immediately afterwards, Han Jiangxue slowly floated up, and her feet were 20 centimeters above the ground. She then looked at Xia Yan and said, Position. Xia Yan closed her eyes and sensed for a few seconds before continuing to fly to the left. This way, the black cloak on Han Jiangshue's body fluttered in the wind and swayed beautifully. She then flew to the left quickly. Jiang Shao slapped Gu Shiren's back and exclaimed excitedly, "Shiren, I'm afraid you're really going to take off. Fairy Tale Forest is a paradise for shield warriors." Gu Shiren looked at Jiang Shao, who was beside him, and then at Xia Yan and Han Jiangshue, who were flying in front of him, feeling extremely complicated. Even though they had been classmates for 3 years, teammates for 2 years, and even comrades who had gone to Jindalai to carry out missions and risk their lives together. However, Gu Shiren rarely interacted with Xia Yan in private, much less with Han Jiangshue. At this critical moment, the 3 teammates made such a decision without the slightest hesitation. Gu Shiren looked at Jiang Shao with a complicated expression. How am I going to return this favor? Chapter 894. There are 2 fellows fighting over there. Xia Yan's flying speed slowed down a little, and she began to stand in midair instead of flying horizontally. With the help of the cloak, Han Jiangshue also stopped and stood in midair. She then asked, "What's the exact situation?" "It should be a little Red Riding Hood." This speed, Xia Yan was secretly astonished. It should be a little Red Riding Hood playing with a big stone hat. "I'm not very sure." Han Jiangshue casually opened Sky Smasher and pulled out the 2 corpses of the little Blue Riding Hood. The little Blue Riding Hood's gigantic purple eyes were not very strong in defense. Under Han Jiangshue's instructions, Gu Shiren quickly took out 2 of the star beads using the purple thorn sword. Although everyone knew that the creatures there were all star beasts of dimensional dimensions, they would probably feel a little burdened. If the little Blue Riding Hood was in a normal human form, they would probably feel a little burdened. Fortunately, the little Blue Riding Hood's head and facial features were extremely horrifying. In the eyes of humans, they were just like demons and ghosts. Han Jiangshue said, "Jiang Shao, control Little Red Riding Hood first. It's too fast. Gu Shiren block in front of us. The big stone hat's brutal charge is very tricky. Be careful and resist it." Jiang Shao nodded, but he was watching an intermittent scene in his mind. It couldn't be helped because the forest was too dense, and he couldn't clearly draw the outline of the enemy's body with the field tear rainwater. Occasionally, some rainwater would drip on the enemy's body and transmit some information to him. In most cases, Jiang Shao would judge the enemy's movement trajectory based on the field tear rainwater on the ground, and then guess the species of the enemy. That was also the reason why Xia Yan said that she wasn't too sure about the species of the enemy. Okay. Gu Shiren first handed the 2 star beads of the little Blue Riding Hood to Han Jiangshue without shoving them into his pocket. He then walked to the front of the team. Han Jiangshue casually threw the star beads to Jiang Shao while white flames appeared in her hands. She then threw them at the corpses of the 2 little monsters on the ground. In the drizzle, Xia Yan froze for a moment and turned around. "Destroy the corpses and get rid of the evidence." Han Jiangshue nodded and said, "We don't know what we'll face when we go out, so it's always good to be prepared for the worst." While the team members were still thinking about the hunting mission in front of them, the calm and meticulous Han Jiangshue was already thinking about what might happen after they went out. Jiang Shao said, "There's no need to go through so much trouble. There are plenty of people who can eat." He then gestured at the cloak that Han Jiangshue was wearing. The soul of the Sea Devourer was very intelligent, and it gently rubbed its collar against Han Jiangshue's face, seemingly trying to please her, and asked for something. "Sure, I'll leave the rest to you," Han Jiangshue said as she commanded the team to move forward quickly and continue hunting. All that was left was a ball of blazing white flame. Jiang Shao and the others were not worried that the white flames would not be able to complete the task. After all, the characteristics of the white flames were obvious. Since Han Jiangshue had given it a target, it would not be extinguished before the target was completely burned to ashes. At the same time, Jiang Shao also took some time to glance at the information in his internal star map. Little Blue Hat Star Bead, Platinum Quality, Star Techniques, 1. Illusory hammer condenses star power and summons a long, heavy hammer. The closer the hammer is to a physical body, the heavier it will be, and the more illusory it will be, the lighter it will be. Illusory and real will be freely controlled by the user. Gold quality 2. Fall of the Gods. Throws the illusory hammer into the air and hangs it at a certain height. The illusory hammer hanging in the air will scatter a large number of illusory hammer shadows that will blow up indiscriminately in a certain area. The attacking position of the illusory hammer will be freely controlled by the user. Platinum quality 3. Twilight of the Gods. Summons a huge illusory hammer that descends from the sky and bombards an area violently. Platinum quality, little blue hat star bead and star techniques made Jiang Zhao's heart skip a beat. The 2 platinum quality star techniques that had the word God attached to them were indeed a little powerful. Jiang Zhao had also personally experienced them before. Without a doubt, the specific power of the 2 platinum quality star techniques was not really reflected in the introduction. The power of the star technique was far more terrifying than the introduction. The first star technique of little blue hat star bead was the foundation of the other 2 star techniques. Without the so-called illusory hammer, neither the Fall of the Gods nor the Twilight of the Gods would be able to be used. So, it's a binding star technique? Jiang Zhao sighed slightly and thought, if that's the case, Gu Shun will be a little upset. Gu Shun had the purple thorn sword star technique, as well as the shadow hammer star technique. He was already fully equipped with weapons that he could use to fight or throw with his long arms. If he were to use another illusory hammer, to be honest, it would be a waste of star slots. Once they get out, it'll be up to Gu Shun and to make his own choice. Hunting is more important now. Jiang Zhao snapped back to his senses and looked at the people in front of him, as well as Han Jiangxue, who was flying. He couldn't help but be amazed at how attentive she was. If nothing went wrong, the military and police of the country of Will would soon enter. Since the fairy tale forest was in the city, there was a high chance that it would be destroyed. Hence, if the military and police of the country of Will were to discover so many corpses of creatures of other dimensions whose star beads have been taken away, they should be able to find out what the Chinese team had done by following the clues. They might even be able to count the gains that the team had made in the fairy tale forest. At this moment, Han Jiangxue was also thinking about Jiang Zhao's suggestion and felt that it was very reliable. The sea-devouring soul's specialty was to melt and devour the bodies of living creatures. However, after following its master, it became more obedient to its master. Hence, it had been a long time since it ate and had been absorbing star power to sustain its life. As for Jiang Zhao's diamond sea-devouring soul, it had also been staying in the Calamity Shadow training space. In the environment that was rich in star power, it had no need for the bodies of living creatures. Oh, humph, a bell-like laughter sounded from the forest in the distance. The laughter was mixed with a humph that was full of mockery and disdain. Bang! After a muffled sound, Kacha, in front of everyone's eyes, the trunk of a big tree was broken, and it slowly fell to the ground. Ah! Another boorish and unrestrained voice rang out. It was filled with boundless rage as it roared in anger. The scene was extremely lively. Everyone squatted down and carefully crept forward, hiding behind the bushes and giant trees. Finally, they saw the heads of the 2 green bean flies, one large and one small. Little Red Riding Hood was about 80 centimeters tall. She looked small and skinny, but her speed was so fast that it made people's hair stand on end. There was a dark red star wrapped around her body. As she moved, she left faint red afterimages. She looked like a little monster that was stirring up trouble. In comparison, the fellow that she was fooling around with was much larger. Big Stone Hat was also in the shape of a human, about 2 meters tall, and its upper body was extremely muscular. People often use the term inverted triangle to describe a person's good figure. However, this inverted triangle of the large stone hat was a little terrifying. Its upper body was too big and sturdy, and its 2 sturdy arms were even thicker than its legs. With such a strange ratio, Everyone was a little worried about whether its two legs could support such a majestic upper body. Hey, Big Stone Hat had a ferocious-looking face and a stone hat on its huge head that looked like a stone bowl was placed on its head. Why yeah! Big Stone Hat hit its chest and roared into the sky. Then Big Stone Hat grasped the air with one hand, and a dark golden great kite shield appeared out of nowhere. In his other hand, a dark golden hammer with a long shaft appeared. Big Stone Hat stomped on the ground, causing the ground to crack. It suddenly placed the dark gold great kite shield in front of its body, and its heavy body suddenly sped up and slammed into the afterimage. Chance! Jiang Zhao's pupils constricted. Big Stone Hat had been being fooled by Little Red Riding Hood, and its body couldn't even catch the corner of Little Red Riding Hood's clothes. However, the rampage allowed Big Stone Hat to get extremely close to Little Red Riding Hood's body. Little Red Riding Hood sneered, but at the next moment, she suddenly fell silent. Be it Little Red Riding Hood or Big Stone Hat, blood flowed out of the corners of their mouths. Diamond, sound of silence. Jiang Zhao raised his hand and cast a blessing. The hunt continued. So what if you're a platinum pet? I'll make all of you into kittens if you run into me. Go. Gu Shuren. Han Jiangxue ordered. She was not slow either. However, this time, Han Jiangxue did not use the flame torch whip. She reached out with her right hand and flicked her slender index and middle fingers slightly, after which a gust of barren wind swept out. Han Jiangxue suddenly clenched her right hand into a fist and pulled it back abruptly. Under the gust of wind, Little Red Riding Hood was blown over. Han Jiangxue pulled her right hand back, turned her body sideways, and extended her left hand in front of her body before waving it downwards. The layers of overlapping Sky Smasher were open again, and the dizzy Little Red Riding Hood plunged into Han Jiangxue's Sky Smasher. Chemical reaction. That was the chemical reaction brought about by the combination of star techniques. It was just like the sturdy turrets formed by the players of the Russian Federation during the previous match against them. At this moment, as long as Han Jiangxue and Jiang Zhao managed to get the upper hand, the two of them would be able to directly determine the fate of the smaller creatures that needed oxygen to survive. Sound of Silence would control them first, followed by Blessing, and Han Jiangxue would use either the Flame Torch Whip or Barren Wind to shove the prey into her Sky Smasher. The two of them had completely skipped the attack stage. Regardless of the opponent's defensive power, physical fitness, or combat power, they did not care. Gu Shi and continuously wave his left and right hands at the big stone hat that had been cast by Sound of Silence. One shadow hammer after another was thrown at the big stone hat with powerful soul damage. Of course, Xiaoyan didn't stay idle either. She held onto the sword of desperation and cast flame arcs, but she didn't dare to engage in close combat. Only a fool would find trouble for himself. Am I, Xiaoyan, a fool? After Han Jiangxue had sealed Little Red Riding Hood, she grabbed a dark blue scepter and a thick electric current descended from the sky, shattering the dense leaves and layers of intertwined branches before landing on the head of the big stone hat. Jiang Zhao cast Sound of Silence again and once again restricted the movement of the big stone hat. He also completely stopped the big stone hat from summoning a shield to defend himself. He couldn't escape or defend himself. Under Jiang Zhao's perfect control, the big stone hat, who didn't have a star technique that could increase his own defense, was being controlled until he died. Well, it was really frustrating. Gu Shi couldn't help but be speechless when he saw such a scene. It's too fast. The efficiency of clearing the monsters is really too fast. Gu Shi had participated in many battles with this team, including the destruction of the 303 flowers and dimensional spaces in Jindalai. However, Gu Shi was still a little afraid of the fairy tale forest that was filled with platinum-quality creatures. However, the scene in front of him, including what happened after he entered the fairy tale forest, was really like a fairy tale. Isn't this a little too dreamy? As for Jiang Zhao, how would he dare go to Liangshan without any knowledge? Why is it that the first reaction of others is to retreat, but my first reaction is to come in and obtain star beads. Fairy tale forest? I can even kill everything in the dragon cave with little Jiang Xue. What's the big deal about this tiny fairy tale forest? Okay, I'm getting a little carried away. Jiang Xiao thought to himself, this dragon cave is still a little dangerous. I have to be more cautious. Chapter 895. Activate Update Mode. Little Red Riding Hood Star Bead, Platinum Quality, Star Techniques 1. Pale Red Star. Summons a pale red star to provide illumination and warmth for an area. Gold Quality, Dark Red Star. Summons a dark red star that revolves around a target, increasing the movement speed of the target unit. Gold Quality, Black Star. Summons a black star that revolves around a target, reducing the movement speed of the target unit. Gold Quality 4. Resplendent Star. Summons a bright star and causes it to revolve around the target, purifying the negative status of the target. Gold Quality. What a godly skill. Platinum Star Beads and Gold Quality Star Techniques were all auxiliary star techniques with extraordinary effects. Most of the players who could participate in the individual competitions in the World Cup had their own systems, and Little Red Riding Hood was clearly the most important part for the combat players of the nation of will to perfect their own systems. Jiang Xiao was still marveling at the power of Little Red Riding Hood's star technique. At the side, Han Jiangshue's sea-devouring soul had already melted Little Red Riding Hood completely. In the distance, Gu Shiren also grabbed the star bead from the big stone hat, and the sea-devouring soul flew towards Han Jiangshue's side and circled around her. All right, go ahead. After getting the permission of its master, the soul of the sea devourer flew towards the corpse of Big Stone Hat in the distance happily. Gu Shiren had learned his lesson this time and simply tossed the star bead to Jiang Xiao. Big Stone Hat Star Bead, Platinum Quality, Star Techniques 1. Dark Golden Kite. Condenses star power and summons a large dark golden kite shield. It has a strong defense ability and a certain anti-shock effect. Gold Quality 2. Dark Golden Hammer. Condense star power and summon a dark golden hammer with a long handle. It has a strong output ability and a certain heavy strike effect. Gold Quality 3. Savage Charge. Inject special star power into the shield and let the shield lead the user to charge forward. There will be a repulsive effect. Platinum Quality. Jiang Xiao read the star technique information given in the internal star map and couldn't help but frown slightly. Does this brutal charge star technique require a shield? Do I have to use a shield? Can't other offensive weapons do the same? For example, sabers, swords, and the like? What kind of star technique is this? Jiang Xiao always felt that the barbaric charge star technique was very similar to the Blade of Death star technique. They both allowed the equipment in their hands to carry the user forward, but the effects were different. Besides, the user's shield seemed to be indestructible. While thinking about it, Jiang Xiao and Xia Yin both had a special reaction. Jiang Xiao looked up at Xia Yin while she lowered her head to look at him. Han Jiangshu asked, "What happened?" Xia Yin said, "The troops of the country will have entered. 1, 2, 3, 12 people." Han Jiangshu thought about it and said, "Find a little blue riding hood and throw it into my space. I'll then teleport you guys back to the space gate. We'll be near the gate and guard it. Don't let the creatures here go out and harm a Haymarket." However, Xia Yin said, "This is a rare opportunity. Let's get more star beads." Han Jiangshu shook her head decisively and said, "Carry out the order." Clearly, Han Jiangshu had more considerations. "Okay." Xia Yin pursed her lips and shrugged her shoulders at Gu Shiren and helplessly. Gu Shiren didn't think too much about it. It was enough that the team had taken the risk to barge in for him. "That direction, about a kilometer away," Xia Yin said after landing. "Cloak!" Han Jiangshu yelled at the Sea Devourer in the distance. The Sea Devourer's star technique, Sea Punishment, was of platinum quality, and the speed at which it melted the body was extremely fast. Upon hearing its master's call, the Sea Devourer immediately flew back. Han Jiangxue immediately activated dark space instantaneous defense, and the four of them disappeared without a trace. In just 2 minutes, another dark, rippling teleportation shield appeared in front of the gate of the dimensional space. Hashtag Yin hashtag. A voice spoke in a language that no one could understand, and it was filled with endless majesty. A wave of aura swept towards the four of them. English, Jiang Xiao asked. A tall woman with a stiff face, dressed in the military uniform of the country of Will, strode forward and said, "You guys are the Chinese team." "Yes." Jiang Xiao nodded and said, "We came in as soon as this dimensional space opened and have been guarding the gate to prevent the creatures here from going out and harming the people." The woman had short, dark brown hair and a pair of scornful brown eyes under her dark red beret. She looked down at Jiang Xiao condescendingly, seemingly aware of what Jiang Xiao and the others had done in the dimensional space. She didn't seem to appreciate Jiang Xiao's words at all. She looked at Jiang Xiao and asked sternly, "How many star beads have you guys obtained here?" Jiang Xiao frowned slightly and said, "No, we just chased away the nearby creatures. Their levels are too high and they're too strong. We tried our best to avoid direct conflict with them. We just want to guard this gate before the military arrives and prevent the creatures of other dimensions from going out." Hee hee. The woman from the country of willpower sneered and glanced at Jiang Zhao's shoulder. She then looked at Han Jiangxue and said, "Open your sky smasher, we want to check." As she spoke, her 3 teammates who were guarding the space smasher behind her also moved forward. Han Jiangxue looked at the woman from the country of willpower expressionlessly and asked, "You? Search me." The woman from the country of willpower strode towards Han Jiangxue and said with a domineering attitude, "Yes." Jiang Xiao moved sideways and blocked the woman's path. His tone was extremely compatible with Han Jiangxue's. "Do you think you're qualified? This is our country. You have to abide by our rules. The dimensional space in the fairy tale forest is not a place you should enter." The woman's chest was almost touching Jiang Zhao's as she lowered her head to look at him. Her voice was cold and stiff. Jiang Xiao could feel her hot breath and retorted, "We're helping you, your country, and your people. And this is your attitude towards us? In terms of shamelessness, who can compare to the toxic healer? She doesn't even blink when lying, of course, to be honest. Although Jiang Zhao's purpose in entering the dimensional space was impure, he had indeed protected the space door on an objective level and prevented any creatures from escaping and causing trouble. Jiang Xiao was indeed qualified to say such words. The dark red beret that the woman from the country of willpower was wearing gave them a lot of room to maneuver. If she were wearing a cap, such a posture wouldn't have been possible. She rebutted with her forehead and said, "There's at least one little blue riding hood in your sky smasher. That's what we know. Based on the speed at which you killed Little Blue Riding Hood and the Rain of Domain Tears, it's not hard for me to imagine what you guys were doing here before we arrived." Rebutting the forehead seemed to be a particularly good provocative gesture. There was no need to take action or take the final step, but it could clearly express one's attitude. Unfortunately, the female military officer from the country of willpower was half a head taller than Jiang Xiao. Wait a minute. Jiang Zhao's heart skipped a beat. That seems to be a good thing, too. Jiang Xiao rebutted with his forehead, but his target was not her forehead, but her high nose bridge. The female military officer let out a slightly painful groan and involuntarily took a step back. However, she stopped herself from subconsciously covering her nose. Jiang Xiao grinned. "I'm not going to bicker with you. I'm just going to ask you if you're sore. You want to fight with me? Find someone 182 meters tall and try again. Haven't you heard of Armageddon? 182. Haven't you played the King of Fighters before? My Sky Smasher can't be checked by just anyone," Han Jiangxue said in a cold voice, her attitude extremely firm. "China Wasteland Reclaimers." The female military officer stared at Jiang Xiao with her brown eyes and said, "I can understand that you guys are provoking the country of willpower and the dark red berets here, right?" The words Wasteland Reclaimers seemed to have completely changed the nature of everything. From the words of the female military officer, it was not difficult to tell that she was very familiar with the team, be it Han Jiangshua's Sky Smasher, Xiaoyan's Domain Tears, or the identities of the team members. It seemed that they knew the identity of every student in this hotel like the back of their hands. Jiang Xiao answered, "We're here to participate in the competition because we represent the Chinese national team. It has nothing to do with the Wasteland Reclaimers. If you want to search our Sky Smasher, it's useless to look for the leader of the Wasteland Reclaimers. You have to look for our Chinese team leader." "What's the matter with you guys?" A voice suddenly sounded from the door. Jiang Xiao tilted his head and glanced over the shoulder of the female military officer, only to see a man walking in with a few soldiers. They were dressed in camouflage combat uniforms and also had dark red berets on their heads. Logically speaking, the color of the berets is similar to that of a certain team in the Kingdom of the Unsetting Sun. It seems that the Russian Federation and Thailand also have berets of the same color. In front of Jiang Xiao, the female military officer was trembling in anger and clenching her fists so tightly that blood would flow out of her palms. Her stern voice was trembling as she said, "They might have hidden many star beads of the creatures in Fairy Tale Forest." "It's very possible," the male military officer said. "I don't want possibilities. I want accurate results." The female military officer glared at Jiang Xiao and said, "There's at least one little Blue Riding Hood." "Okay." The male military officer said, "Contestants from China, come over here. Your national team leader is outside. We'll go out and negotiate." "Let's go," Han Jiangxue said, and the three of them strode forward. Jiang Xiao moved his feet and was about to move forward, but the female military officer stopped him from doing so. She pressed her left shoulder against Jiang Zhao's right shoulder tightly while looking ahead. She said in a low voice, "You have to be glad that he's here." "Huh?" Jiang Xiao grinned and pushed forward with his right shoulder. "Soldier, you should be the one who should be glad. The two of us are different. I didn't survive because of luck. As for you, he." Jiang Xiao then pushed the female military officer away and walked forward. The female officer adjusted her body from the collision and stood on the spot. She lowered her head and squeezed out a word from between her teeth. "Damn it. Today is the third hour, 12, 17, 20. Requesting for monthly votes. Apex that you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.